Welcome back, or maybe you never really left. Tonight's story is soft as mist, and strange as a dream you only half remember. The rain has stopped falling outside, but what if it never really left you? What if the storm lives inside you now? So lie back, let the shadows stretch, and if you hear water dripping where there shouldn't be, don't worry, it's only the forest whispering from somewhere deep within. Before we begin, take a moment to like the video and subscribe if you enjoy stories that help you sleep, even when they keep one eye open. Tell me in the comments, what time are you watching and where in the world are you listening from? I read every one now. Let's begin. It starts with rain, not a storm, just a soft, steady hush, like the breath of someone sleeping nearby. It falls through the trees in silver threads, threading itself between leaves and lichen, soaking into the moss at your feet. The sky is a low grey ceiling, too close, as if it's leaning down to listen. You stand at the edge of a trail that winds through the woods. The path is narrow, but worn, as though many feet have walked it before. Yours now join them, quiet steps on damp earth. Each footfall is soft, muted, swallowed by the mossy floor. The forest greets you not with sound, but with stillness. A strange kind of hush, a patient, watching quiet. You don't know why you entered the woods. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was something deeper, a tug in the chest, like an invisible thread pulling you forward. You only meant to walk a little, just far enough to clear your head, just far enough to be alone with the rain. But the trees, they rearrange themselves when you're not looking. You walk for what feels like hours, but the path never changes. Ferns lean in like listeners. The branches overhead interlock, a green ceiling above, bending just enough to let the sky drip. You pass a broken signpost, half buried in ivy. No letters remain, only a jagged edge and a rusted nail. You swear you've seen it before. You keep walking. Your breath fogs slightly in the cool air. The forest smells of wet bark and something older, soil soaked in forgotten things. You glance behind you and your footprints are already gone. The rain erases your trail as quickly as you make it. That's when you hear the first whisper. It's faint, could be wind, could be memory, but it speaks a name, your name. You stop, you turn. Nothing but dripping leaves and low-hanging mist. The whisper comes again, this time closer, though no one is there. The trees creak slightly, not from wind, but from something older settling its weight. You try another path, a sharper turn. To the left, over a slick root and past a crooked tree that leans like it's bowing. But the air doesn't change. The sky doesn't shift. The rain falls in the exact same rhythm. The same grey light filters through. Then you pass the broken signpost. Again, it's not just that the trail loops. It's that the forest loops you. Somewhere deeper in the trees, a crow cries out, not in warning, not in fear. It just marks the hour in its own way. You don't know what time it is. Your watch doesn't tick anymore. The hands are frozen at 3:17, though you don't recall them stopping. You rest for a moment on a low, moss-covered stone. The surface is dry, strangely untouched by the rain. You run your fingers across the top and feel something carved deep into the rock. Letters, maybe, or scratches. You can't read them, but they feel familiar, like a dream you almost remember. As you rise again, your eyes catch something odd, a flicker of movement to your right. Just beyond the trees, a figure. No, a trick of the light, a shadow cast by a branch. Until it moves, when nothing else does. It disappears before you blink. Step off the trail. The moss underfoot feels thicker here, soft as breath. Rain tickles your cheeks and rolls gently down the collar of your coat. You duck under a low branch. The bark is damp and peels like old skin. Ferns part silently before you. The deeper you walk, the quieter it becomes. No birds, no insects, not even the wind stirs now. You begin to wonder if the forest is waiting for something or someone. Then, ahead, you see it. A small clearing, perfectly circular. At its center, a tree larger than the rest. Ancient, wide, with a trunk twisted in spirals. Its bark is blackened in places, scorched but not burned. As you approach, you see something hanging from one of its lower branches. A piece of cloth. It flutters gently, despite the air being still. It's old, frayed, damp, the color of dust. You reach out to touch it, and as your fingers graze the fabric, a whisper curls around your ear again. Closer this time. Not your name, but a question. Why did you come back? Your hand pulls away. You step back, and your heel hits something soft, the edge of a shallow dip in the earth. A hollow, not a pit, not quite a grave, just deep enough for someone to sleep in. There are more of them, 5, 10, lined in a circle around the old tree. Some are covered with leaves, some are bare. The earth still dark and freshly turned. No headstones, no markers, just memory. The rain begins to fall harder now, louder, not cold, but insistently soft, like it's trying to drown out the thoughts forming in your mind. You turn to leave, to return to the path, but your direction's lost. The forest shifts when you're not looking. You walk in what you think is the way you came, left past the spiral tree, right at the leaning birch. But the landscape replays itself in eerie rhythm. Another clearing, another circle, another whisper. You are not walking through the woods. You are being walked in them. Each time you try to leave, something small changes. A branch fallen where it wasn't before. A crow perched where none had landed. The broken signpost now upright. You begin to notice carvings in the bark of trees. Symbols, names, some scratched in haste, others lovingly etched. One reads simply, "He never left." The rain slows again, not stopping it, never does, but softening, like breath evening out into sleep. The mist grows thicker, and the world fades into shades of ash and silver. Your legs are tired. You find another moss-covered stone, but it isn't the same one. This one has a groove worn into its side, a groove shaped like a hand. Yours fits into it perfectly. You close your eyes, just for a moment, just to rest. The forest doesn't want to hurt you, not really. It just doesn't want you to go, because it remembers you. Even if you don't remember it, you open your eyes again, and the trail is in front of you, clear, unmistakable, lit by a shaft of grey light from above. The trees seem to lean back, allowing you a way forward. You take a step, then another. The forest watches, silent. You walk until the trail bends, not sharply, but like a smile turned sideways. There, beside the path, is something new, a boot print. In the mud, not yours. Still fresh, still filling with rain. You follow, and the forest shows. The footprints begin before you notice them. A few shallow dents in the mud ahead, easy to overlook at first. But once you see them, truly see them, you can't unsee them. They're not yours. They were never yours. And yet, they stretch forward in a perfect line, as though made just moments ago. The heel, the arch, the toes all pressed gently into the softened earth, half filled with rain. You slow your steps. You look down at your own feet. Each one leaves a mark, of course, but the prints you're following are older. Older, but clearer, unsmudged, untouched by time or weather. That shouldn't be possible. The rain has been falling all day. Your own tracks are already disappearing behind you, melting into the earth like memory. But the others remain. You kneel to study one. It's shallow, yet perfect, like something lighter than a person walked here. Not a deer, not a boot, but a barefoot step with edges so precise, it looks almost deliberate, almost carved. The toes face forward into the trees. You follow. The trail curves slowly, winding around the thick trunks like it's avoiding something you can't see. The forest grows denser, but the prints continue, each one perfectly placed. You begin to match your steps with them, left, then right, but they move just slightly longer than your own stride, as if the one who left them walked with a sense of purpose you don't yet understand. The trees are closer now. The light above is dimming, and the air feels heavier, not colder, just more expectant. You inhale deeply. The scent of moss, water, and something faintly metallic fills your nose. The silence grows thicker. Even the rain seems to hush them. Ahead, the footprints split. One path continues forward. Another veers right, toward a shadowed part of the forest you hadn't noticed before. And a third set begins beside your own. Behind you, you freeze. You turn. There, in the damp earth, just a few paces back, is a footprint you know you didn't make. It's fresh, detailed, still catching the light in the puddled indentations. The next one appears just beyond it, and the next, slightly closer. Something is walking where you walked, but it's not retracing your steps, it's shadowing them. You don't hear anything. No snapping of twigs, no crunch of leaves, just the soft whisper of rain falling through the canopy above. Still, you feel it, that sensation along your spine, that pull in your chest. You are not alone here. You press forward, now aware of each sound your feet make, of how the mud sinks a little deeper beneath you. The forest around you seems to lean in, listening, watching. The trees no longer just stand. They loom up ahead. The left trail, the one the first footprints followed, leads into a narrow clearing. You step into it cautiously, glancing around. The air changes as you cross the invisible threshold. It becomes still, dry. The rain doesn't seem to touch this place. It hangs around the edges like a curtain, hesitant to cross into the center. At the middle of the clearing is a small dip in the ground. Not quite a hole, but not quite level. The footprints stop at the edge. You move slowly toward the center. There's something drawn in the dirt lines, curves, shapes, made from mud and rain and time. A spiral, almost, or maybe a fingerprint, stretched out like something too large had tried to leave its mark. You don't recognize the symbol, but your stomach tightens when you see it. You're not meant to understand it, only remember it. The moment your foot brushes the edge of the symbol, a soft sound hums through the air, low, like breath underwater. Not a voice, not wind, something in between, something old. You step back. The sound fades. The prints behind you now double, two. Sets, not yours, trail behind, both overlapping and separate. One set still matches the original direction. The other mimics your new detour. You are not being followed by one. Presents, there are two. neither show themselves, not yet. You decide to move again, not running, not fleeing, just drifting back toward the path you came from. Each step feels softer, as if the ground is remembering your weight before you touch it. You begin to imagine your own prints filling before you lift your foot. And then, you stop imagining it, because you see it happen, you step. And before your foot hits the ground, the shape is already there, wet and waiting. You walk faster. The rain returns as you leave the clearing. Like a sigh of relief from the sky, the trees seem to sway gently again, no longer holding their breath, but you don't feel lighter. The weight has simply shifted from around you to behind you. You try not to look back, but you do, and in that moment, just before your eyes reach the place where you stood, you see the trees straighten, like they were caught moving, and the third set of footprints, they now match yours exactly, step for step, depth for depth. Mirrored, yet wrong. The left print is where the right should be. The toes curl just slightly inward. You turn forward again and see something new. A piece of cloth hanging from a low branch, pale, damp, familiar. You remember seeing one just like it yesterday, or was it earlier? You reach for it again, unsure if this is memory or repetition. The fabric sticks to your skin. It's cold. Colder than the rain should make it. Something scratches your hand as you pull away. Not a thorn. Not bark dot a fingertip, small. Bare, not alive. It vanishes the moment you recoil. Your pulse pounds softly in your neck, but your breath stays even. You tell yourself this is all still calm, still quiet, still safe. You begin walking again, letting the rain guide you. The trail stretches on. The prints eventually fade. Yours remain, or what you think are yours. They blur and shift the longer you stare at them. Sometimes you see two, sometimes three dot, and sometimes none at all. You reach a bend in the path where water pulls in, a shallow dip across the puddle. You see movement dot ripples. No wind stirs. No rain falls hard enough to cause it. The ripple moves in a perfect circle. Then again, as if something just stepped through the water without making a splash. You don't stop. You don't speak. You keep walking. The rain softens once more. The forest becomes quieter, slower, like it's lulling itself back into sleep. Your feet find a rhythm again. Left, right, left. Then, suddenly, your next step makes no sound. You pause, test the ground, still soft, still wet. But the sound, the one you expected, doesn't come. You lift your foot again and step down. Silence. It's not the forest that's quiet. It's you. Your footsteps no longer make a sound. The prints still form beneath you, still form beneath you, still fill with rain, but no splash, no squelch, no crunch of gravel. It's as if you've become part of the woods now, part of the pattern. The trail forks again ahead. One path darkens, thick with mist. The other stretches into soft green light, flickering. Between branches, you hesitate. Behind you, the footprints are gone again. Or, perhaps, they were never separate from yours to begin with. The fog is thicker here. It doesn't roll or drift. It gathers, slow, deliberate, like it's waiting for you to notice it. You step softly, and the mist parts just enough for your foot to find the path. With each step, the world narrows. Trees dissolve into pale shapes. Their bark vanishes into grey. The forest becomes a memory, and the fog a veil between things that were and things that are not yet. You breathe it in, cool and damp, with a strange sweetness at the back of your throat. Not floral, not clean, like something dried long ago, herbs crushed underfoot, a perfume left uncorked too long. It settles in your lungs and lingers like a song you used to hum but can't quite remember. Your hands brush through the air like you're walking through silk. The mist clings to your sleeves, your face, your thoughts. You can't see more than a few feet in any direction. The trees are quiet now. Even the rain has gone still, muffled into the fog like sound wrapped in cotton. Then you feel it. A brush of cold just below your ear. Not wind, not breath. Something else. You stop. Hold your breath. Listen. It hums. Low, slow, not quite human. A melody with no rhythm, no words, but it touches something deep in you. Not memory, deeper than that. Like a lullaby learned in the womb, passed down through blood and dreams. You turn your head, expecting nothing, but something waits, a shape, half formed in the mist. At first it looks like a tree, long narrow, with limbs that stretch toward the ground. But trees don't tilt. Trees don't drift forward. Trees don't wear long hair that floats like ink in water. You blink and the shape sharpens. A woman, she stands between the trees, not moving, not blinking. The fog presses close around her like it's part of her. Her dress looks made of mist, itself flowing without moving. Her hair hangs long, tangled, damp, and her face pale, soft, blurred at the edges, like a watercolor left in the rain, holds no expression but her eyes. Her eyes remember you, though you've never seen her before, have you? You want to speak, but your mouth stays closed. Words don't belong here, not in this moment, not with her. You stare back at her as the humming rises again, same as before, same gentle tune, but now it sounds closer, fuller, inside your bones. The fog thickens at your feet. It swirls and clings, and the forest behind you vanishes. Only she remains, standing beneath the curved limbs of two leaning birch trees, like a doorframe made of wood in silence. She lifts a hand, not toward you, but upward to her own face, and she touches it. That's when you see her fingers pass through, not over skin, through it. Her face is not solid, not real, just a shape. The fog remembers. You step back, the ground shifts under your foot, not violently, not to trap you, just enough to remind you it is alive. You glance down and see roots in the dirt, not tree roots, something thinner, pale, almost like strands of hair. You look up again, she's gone, but her humming remains. It echoes now, not around you, but in you, behind your ribs, somewhere low and slow. You hear it with your skin. You walk again, not forward or back, but toward where you think the trail might be. Every direction feels the same in fog. Every tree wears the same cloak of grey. You brush past branches that sag under the weight of moisture. One catches on your sleeve and doesn't let go. You tug gently. The branch snaps, and inside the wood is not bark, but fabric. A strip of white cloth tucked inside the hollow limb, damp and torn. You unfold it with slow fingers, and on it, written in thin, faded ink, you said her name. That's all, no signature, no meaning, not yet. You glance around. The fog shivers slightly. The air grows warmer. You feel watched, but not threatened. Studied, maybe, like something is waiting to see if you'll understand. You continue walking, turning when the trail seems to suggest it. Not that you can see the path anymore, only that your feet start to remember it on their own. Eventually, you find another clearing, circular like before, but smaller. The mist here pools, low, like breath caught in a hollow throat. At the center of the clearing stands a mirror. It shouldn't be there, tall, old, wooden frame carved with symbols. You don't recognize spirals, lines, branching paths. The glass is not cracked, but cloudy, like water on the verge of freezing. You step closer, the mirror reflects you, but behind your image, something shifts. A flicker, a shadow, a second face, just beside your own, not watching you, watching your reflection. You don't turn, you don't need to. She's not behind you. She's inside the fog. The humming begins again. This time, just under your breath. You're the one making it now, softly, without realizing. The tune curls out of you like smoke, like it's always been there, waiting. You close your eyes. In the stillness, a memory surfaces. A bedtime, long ago. Rain tapping a rooftop. A voice, soft and low, singing the very same song. But it wasn't your mother. It wasn't anyone you knew. It was her. Always her. You open your eyes, and the mirror is gone. The clearing is empty. The fog recedes, inch by inch. Like a tide going out, trees return to form. Shadows reclaim their edges. The humming fades, but something lingers, a feeling in your fingertips. A word on the edge of your tongue. A name, just one. You try to say it, but the wind rushes in, filling your mouth with air before the sound can escape. You are not supposed to know it, not yet. A few feet ahead, the path reappears, familiar somehow. A moss-covered stone rests beside it, and carved into the side, deep and careful, is the same symbol you saw on the mirror's frame. You trace it gently. It hums beneath your touch. A warning, a greeting, a memory. You don't know which dot. The forest is quiet again. Only the rain speaks now, falling soft and steady, returning to its role as the background breath of this place. You walk onward, not quickly, not afraid, just curious. The fog still curls behind you, still hums a little at the edge of thought, and from time to time, when you close your eyes and let the rhythm of the trail guide you, you see her again. Not clearly, not fully, just a face made of mist. Watching Dot, always watching. The forest holds its breath. You feel it in the way the trees lean slightly inward, as if eavesdropping on your footsteps. The air grows heavier with each step, not oppressive, just full, saturated with rain, with memory, with silence. Your lantern flickers. The light has followed you all night. A small, steady flame cradled in glass, its glow no warmer than the breath of a sleeping creature. You've grown used to its rhythm, the way it swings with your stride, the faint creak of the handle like a lullaby. But now it sputters. You pause, letting the silence settle around your ankles. The forest is unusually quiet. No rustle of wing, no distant call. Even the wind seems to have curled up and gone still. Only the rain continues, thin silver strands that barely touch your skin, as if falling from a dream. And then the lantern goes out. It doesn't shatter or smoke, just stops. One blink and the light is gone. You hold it up, turning the empty glass in your hands. It feels colder now, as though the flame was a heartbeat, and now something vital has ceased. You should be afraid, but you aren't, not really, because somehow you still see. There's no moon, and yet the world isn't dark. Shapes emerge in the fog, soft-edged trees, bowed branches, the gleam of wet stones. And deeper in the woods, something glows, not fire, not electric. A pale, pulsing shimmer, like bioluminescence woven into mist. It hovers just beyond the trees, moving gently as if waiting for you to notice. You notice, you take a breath and step forward. The forest doesn't resist you, but it doesn't guide you either. There is no path here, just soft moss underfoot and a growing sense that you are being led by something unseen, or something that doesn't require light to see you. As you walk, the glow retreats. Not far, just enough to stay ahead, like a candle flame caught in a breeze. Branches brush your shoulders. The trees are older here, thicker, gnarled, etched with grooves that look almost like writing. You pass one and catch the faintest shimmer where bark has peeled, a spiral scratched deep like a symbol. The glow pauses. You do too, then slowly it drifts again. Not running, not beckoning, just continuing. You follow the deeper you go. The more the world rearranges itself, colors fade, greens turn grey, browns dissolve into silver blue. You pass a rock that's shaped like a hunched figure, a hollow tree that echoes, not with wind, but with humming. Soft, low, almost human. You don't speak. You don't ask questions. This place does not answer in words. The glow settles at the base of a tree, a wide, sunken thing whose roots twist like sleeping limbs. You kneel, feeling the ground hum beneath your knees. The light pulses, brighter now, almost trembling. Then it vanishes. You blink, adjusting. But the strange thing is, even with it gone, you still feel watched. Not in the way that threatens, but the way old paintings watch. Quiet, present, aware. You place your hand against the trunk. It's warm. A breeze stirs. Soft and slow, like someone exhaling beside you. You hear it whisper through the branches, stirring the leaves above and beneath the rustle. Something else. A voice, no words, just tone. Female, maybe. Ageless. It hums that same low tune you heard before. Familiar now, but impossible to place. The sort of sound that burrows deep and stays with you even after it fades. Your hand remains on the tree. And suddenly you see Dot, not with your eyes, but through something deeper. You see light. It floods your mind in bursts. Flashes of old paths. Moss-covered stones. Children laughing where trees now grow. A woman walking barefoot through mist. Her lantern long extinguished and still. She sees. You see her face, pale and soft, almost blurred by memory. Her eyes are not looking at you, but through you, towards something only she knows. And in the space between her and you, a kind of understanding settles. She lost her way, but not her light. The forest remembers her, and now, perhaps, it remembers. You too, your hand trembles slightly against the bark. Not from fear, from resonance. Like you've pressed your palm to a sleeping drum and felt its silent song. When you finally draw back, the forest has shifted. Not changed, just open. You realize now the trees are no longer pressing inward. They are bowed outward, gently, parted, revealing a new way forward. You step into the space there. Scattered through the branches like fallen stars are faint points of light. Dozens of them, not fireflies, not reflections. Lanterns, some swinging, some still, some broken, some whole, all glowing faintly, though none burn with flame. Each one belongs to someone who came before. You walk quietly beneath their glow, hearing whispers that drift like leaves across your shoulders. Not warnings, not greetings, just presence. You're not alone, but you're not crowded either. These watchers are kind. You pass beneath the low-hanging bough and feel a drop of warm rain touch your cheek. Not the chill drizzle from earlier. This is different. It's as if the forest has remembered something it needed to cry about. You don't wipe it away. Up ahead, there's a clearing. You know it before you see it. The light gathers stronger, they're brighter, but not blinding. It radiates like breath. In winter, soft and silvery. You step into the space and find the source. A lantern, whole, unbroken, sitting atop a smooth stone, as if placed there by invisible hands. It glows with no wick, no oil, just memory, just light. You kneel beside it. It does not flicker. It waits. You reach out and take the handle. Warmth spreads through your fingers, then up your arm, into your chest, like a second heartbeat syncing with your own. The light doesn't grow stronger, but the shadows seem to soften around you. They no longer feel like watchers. They feel like witnesses. You stand, holding the lantern, and the forest exhales again. A path you couldn't see before now reveals itself, faint but real. Moss-covered, root-trapped, but real. You begin to walk, and though you carry no flame, your way is lit. The rain hasn't let up, not even for a breath. It trickles through the leaves and drips from the ends of your sleeves, a steady rhythm that feels almost like breathing, slow, patient, and too calm for what surrounds you. You've followed the faint echo of something that isn't quite a sound. Not footsteps, not a call, more like the idea of being summoned. The trees lean in close now, heavier with water, their branches bowing like mourners at a graveside. And at your feet, the trail disappears beneath a toppled oak, its roots torn. Up in a tangled, gnarled cage of earth and stone. The air smells of wet bark and broken ground. It's different here. Thicker. You feel it in your throat, in your bones, the hush beneath the dripping leaves. You take a breath and crouch low. There's something under the roots, not movement, not light, just presence, and a quiet coiling. Voice that isn't shaped by breath. It doesn't need air. It hums through the water, through the soil. It finds your name and speaks it not like a stranger, but like someone remembering. You should step back. You should rise, turn, walk away. But you don't. You place your hand against the damp bark, lean closer, and let the rain blur everything, except that faint vibration below you. You called me once, it says, in your own voice. Not precisely the same, no. Yours, but deeper. Yours, but older. Yours, but not alone. The roots cradle darkness, but also something more. A shimmer that dances behind your closed eyes, like sunlight filtered through water, seen from deep below. You open your mouth to respond, but no words come, just the soft hush of the storm. You ask to be remembered, the voice continues. You asked to be found. You don't remember asking, but something inside you tightens, not with fear, not exactly, with recognition, like the way a melody stirs even when you don't know the lyrics, or a scent pulls a memory you never knew you had. The ground beneath you pulses, not with sound, but rhythm. A slow heartbeat, a waiting breath. You glance to your right. The lantern you've been carrying lies beside you, flame long extinguished, glass fogged with the chill, and yet even with no light, the shadows here stretch long and clear, as though lit from beneath. You whisper, though you're not sure why. Who are you? The voice beneath the roots answers gently, with the patience of soil that has never needed to rush. I am what sank when you ran. I am what you left buried when you forgot her name. The roots shift slightly, as if settling into a deeper cradle. Water pools around them, and a trickle finds your knees, soaking through fabric into skin. But you don't move. Her name, you repeat. The voice is quiet now, almost bashful. You knew it once. A vision flickers behind your eyes. Not clear, just flashes, braids of hair, a red ribbon, a lullaby hummed through a cracked window. The memory shivers, not from cold, but from disuse. It has not been touched in a very, very long time. You lean lower until your ear nearly brushes the wet. Earth, the voice is clearer here, stronger. You were the only one who could hear her when the others stopped listening. She waited under the roots. For your return, the fallen oak groans. Just a little, not from wind. It's too still for that now. The trees are holding their breath. You feel your name ripple again, not shouted, not begged, just offered. Like an outstretched hand from beneath the ground. Something is watching you. Not from the trees, not from the sky. From beneath, she never stopped humming, the voice says. She sings to the roots. They remember her. And then, softly, as though embarrassed, it adds, they remember you, too. You glance at the roots, tangled and deep. They stretch further than they should, far beyond what you can see. Threads of memory, vines of sound, something older than language. You kneel fully now, hand pressed to the soaked earth, and let the voice guide you. You close your eyes down in the dark behind your lids. The soil breathes. You see her there, not her face, not exactly, but the feeling of her, the shape she left in your memory, the way she used to press her small hand into yours, before storms meant hiding. You whisper again, though your lips barely move. Why is she still here? The roots tremble, just enough to shift the water. The voice responds, quiet as a sigh through moss dot. Because no one came for her, because you forgot to look. Guilt doesn't rise sharply. It settles instead, like silt in a slow river. You don't fight it. You let it drift through you. You remember now a little more. She was small, soft-spoken, always humming. She knew the woods better than you. She used to say the trees told her things they didn't tell others. One night, she ran off, and no one found her. No one, except maybe the roots. You lean closer still. You speak gently. Is she under there? A pause then. Not all of her, just the part that waited, just the part that hoped. The storm quiets. For a moment, the rain softens to mist. A breeze stirs the wet leaves, and it sounds like a sigh. She sang a song only you would know. Would you hear it now if she sang it again? You don't answer. You can't. Because something deep, something that remembers even when you don't, has already begun humming. A note. A phrase. It rises from your chest, unbidden. You hum it low, soft, unsure, until the voice beneath the roots joins in, not in harmony, in echo. You are humming with yourself, or with the part of you that remained buried. The roots begin to shift, not violently, not cruelly, like an embrace widening, making space, as if they're opening, not to pull you down, but to let her rise, not as a girl, not as a ghost, but as the memory she became, shaped again by your voice. The soil glows faintly now, a light that isn't fire, a warmth that doesn't burn. You open your eyes, and in the dark hollow beneath the fallen oak, you see something that was never meant to survive the forgetting. A red ribbon, damp, but still knotted, still holding its loop. You reach for it, and your fingers tremble, not from fear, from the weight of the moment, from the gentleness of recognition she wanted you to have. It, the voice says, so you wouldn't forget again. You lift it carefully, and as your fingers close around it, the humming stops. The roots settle once more, still, peaceful, satisfied. The ribbon is warm. You tuck it into your pocket, not to hide it, just to hold. It closes. The rain resumes its rhythm, steady and soft. The trees exhale. The silence shifts, no longer hollow. There is something sacred in this stillness, something that was missing before. You rise slowly, your knees damp, your hands coated in earth and something older than memory. Behind you, the forest makes space again, the trail reappearing like a path that always existed, but only now lets itself be seen. The lantern is still unlit, but you don't need it. There's a glow now, not around you, but within. You take one last glance at the roots, at the place where the whisper came from, and though it no longer speaks, you feel it still, a presence resting, not lost, just remembered. You walk forward, the rain following you like a song without words. The rain has softened to a hush, more mist than water now. It lingers in the air like a secret you're not meant to hear all at once. The path behind you is vanishing, soaked into the earth, devoured by moss and time. Ahead, the trees lean close, their limbs draped in dew and quiet. You walk slowly, not because you're tired, but because the forest feels like it's listening. There's no wind anymore. Even the branches have stopped their swaying. All movement has curled inward, holding its breath. And that's when you notice her. She stands just beyond the bend, half veiled by fog and ferns. You didn't see her arrive. She simply is, though the woods have shaped her from memory and lichen. Her skin is rough, ridged like old bark, hands folded at her waist. Moss clings to her wrists. Her hair hangs in long, dripping strands, braided with pine needles and thin bones too delicate to name. But it's her eyes that keep you still. They do not shine. They reflect nothing. They are not eyes you look into. They are eyes you feel falling through you, like soft rain that finds its way beneath your ribs. You don't ask her name. You don't speak at all. Words would feel too sharp, too loud, and this moment isn't meant to be broken. She holds something in her hand, wrapped in curled, wet leaves. You hear it before you see it, a soft ticking, faint, uneven, like the leftover heartbeats of something forgotten. She steps closer, her feet make no sound, and she offers it to you, cupped like a prayer. You don't reach right away. Instead, you feel the heaviness of the air press against your shoulders. You sense how long she's waited here. How many have walked past without seeing her. How many accepted what she gave them and buried it too close to the moonlight. When your fingers touch the leaf-wrapped bundle, it's warm, not with life, exactly, but with memory. It pulses gently in your palm like a secret trying not to be heard. The leaves twitch as though something inside them stirs. She speaks, but her voice isn't sound. It's sensation, windless and woven. Through your bones, her words arrive in images. Moonless soil, hollow tree roots, stones with names scratched away. A silence so old, even the owls forget how to fill it. You understand. She wants you to bury it, far from light, deep where only the blind things live, where even the rain forgets to fall. She lifts one hand bark-knuckled, trembling slightly, and points toward the deeper woods. You nod without thinking, not out of fear, but out of something older. Reverence, maybe, or instinct. As you walk, the leaf-wrapped bundle grows heavier, though its shape never changes. With every step, it hums more deeply. You can feel it near your wrist now, not just ticking, but breathing. Breathing with you, sometimes ahead of you. You find the place without searching. It's a hollow beneath two trees that have grown together, trunks twisted like arms in mourning. The ground is damp and soft. The moonlight has never reached here. Not once, not ever. You kneel. The rain touches the back of your neck like a blessing. You begin to dig. The soil parts easily, too easily, as though it remembers the last hands that touched it, as though it was waiting. You dig until your fingers reach root's bell, and reaching like veins under the skin of the world. You hesitate only once. The bundle in your hand now vibrates softly. It almost whimpers. You place it beneath the roots, and for the briefest moment, the forest exhales. A long, slow release. Not relief, not sadness, just completion. You cover it gently, pat the earth, whisper something without knowing what it means. When you rise, she's beside you again. She didn't walk here, she didn't follow, she simply is. This time, she looks older, or maybe closer to leaving. Her eyes still do not shine, but they feel less distant now, like rain that remembers your name. She touches your shoulder. Her bark hand is neither cold nor warm. It's the temperature of memory in her touch. You see things, not visions, not dreams, but feelings. A name once carved into the base of a tree and forgotten. A lullaby hummed into the dirt. A promise made during a thunderstorm and never kept. And you understand something else. You weren't the first to bury this, and you won't be the last. But she chose you, because you listened. She begins to fade now, not all at once, just little by little, like mist returning to the sky. Her feet dissolve into ferns. Her arms become vines. Her voice becomes the hush between raindrops, and then she's gone. But you don't feel alone. You stay there a while, watching the earth, listening, not for words, but for the small, slow sounds the world makes when it's finally been heard. A branch cracks softly in the distance. A toad stirs in the moss. Something unseen moves through the wet leaves, pausing, curious, and just as unsure of you as you are of it. Then the forest begins to breathe again. The wind returns in gentle waves, brushing past your ears like forgotten songs. The trees sway not with menace, but like guardians shifting in sleep. You turn to walk back, though the forest no longer feels behind or ahead. It's within. Every step you take folds the moment deeper into your memory, like layers of a dream, that know how to return when called. You pass a tree where someone has left a bundle of dried leaves, tied with string. You don't open it. You nod once and keep walking. And though the forest is vast, and the rain begins to fall again, you know. Longer need a path to follow, because some part of you still hears her voice, and it's guiding you toward the next place, the next offering, the next shadow that waits not to scare, but to be seen. The sky is a dull bruise, pulsing with flickers of distant light. You walk along the trail with your hood drawn low, your hands tucked deep into your sleeves, and the forest wet with whispering leaves. Rain falls gently, rhythmically, like the tap of slow footsteps just behind you, never hurried, never far. The trees lean in like quiet witnesses. Their limbs drip and sway, each motion dampened by the thick, muffled air. The storm hasn't broken yet, but it hangs above you like a held breath. The soil beneath your boots is soft and shifting, the kind that remembers every step you take. You glance back at your own prints, but there's something else beside them now. A second set, perfectly matched to your stride, slightly deeper, slightly newer. You pause. The second set pauses too. The rain seems to hush, waiting for your next move. You press on, slower now. The path bends ahead and disappears behind tall, moss-covered stones. Trees close in like curtains, narrowing your vision, funneling your thoughts into a single line. Keep walking. You hear no birds, only wind, and that wind begins to mimic your breath. Short when you are startled, longer when you try to calm. You inhale, slow and steady. The wind exhales with you, brushing past your cheek as if it were breathing from your own lungs. There is no chill, not really, but goosebumps rise like memories on your arms. You pass a broken branch dangling low overhead. It twists as you approach, then stops as you duck beneath it, like a hand reaching out, then withdrawing politely. The woods feel strangely polite tonight, as if they've agreed not to scare you all at once. But the storm is more persistent. You notice the sound of the rain has changed. It falls louder when your pace quickens. It quiets when you slow, and when you stop completely. Silence, not a drop, not a drip, as though time has paused with you, just to watch what you'll do next. You whisper a word, just to make sure your voice still exists in this world. The word doesn't matter, but the forest listens. And far off, just at the edge of your hearing, a voice repeats it slowly, like thunder repeating lightning. That voice doesn't sound like someone else. It sounds like you. You don't remember speaking with such certainty. You don't recall your voice sounding so tired. But the echo repeats again, this time from a new direction. You keep walking. The wind picks up. The trees groan as their trunks sway gently, like sleepers turning in bed. Leaves lift off the ground in a soft swirl around your ankles, though there's no path of air to explain it. Still, you walk. Your steps are slower now, but more deliberate. The trail widens slightly near a ring of stones. In the center stands a crooked birch, its bark peeled like old paper, its roots exposed above the soil like reaching fingers. You pass by it, and you feel a tug at your sleeve. Not strong, not threatening, just the soft insistence of something, asking for your attention. You turn back. The tree has not moved, but there is a sound behind it. Breathing, you move closer, not with fear, but with the careful curiosity of someone who has already accepted the strange. The tree seems older now, its bark darker, its roots stretching farther than you remember. Beneath the largest root is a hollow, like a mouth made of wood. Inside, something shifts, not moving exactly, but rearranging itself. The breath continues. You kneel beside the opening. The scent of damp wood and old earth surrounds you, comforting in its familiarity. But there's something else, the faint smell of something warm, human, like skin after rain, like your own scent after sleep. The breath inside matches yours. Again, perfectly. You lean in, listening, and there it is. A whisper, soft, gentle, spoken in your own voice. Don't stop walking. You blink. You whisper it again, aloud. Don't stop walking. And once more, the hollow repeats it, perfectly timed. Like thunder answering lightning again. You feel no danger, but a strange sensation begins to bloom in your chest. Not fear, but the sense of being seen, deeply seen, known, even in your silence. It's not a gaze that watches you, it's something older. A presence that walks beside you, not to follow, but to accompany. You stand, and the rain resumes instantly, as if your rising gave it permission. You walk once more. The storm walks too. Branches sway above you, some cracking softly, some nodding in your direction. The wind doesn't blow through you, it steps with you. The rhythm of your breathing has become the rhythm of the weather. You slow, it slows. You quicken, so does it. You begin to test it. You turn abruptly left. So does the wind. You turn right. A louder gust trails behind. You stop, and the thunder rolls low, long as if it were trying to hide laughter in the distance. You press your hand to a tree. The bark is damp and smooth, but beneath your palm it pulses once, like a slow heartbeat. You leave your hand there just a moment longer, feeling the quiet thrum. You think maybe it's your own pulse, but when you step away, the pulse remains behind, still beating. The forest begins to glow with the faintest sheen of silver moonlight, barely pushing through the thick clouds. But it's not the sky that lights your way now, it's something else. The air itself feels lit from within, like breath turned into faint light. You reach a clearing. The rain is softer here, barely there, and the storm, though still present, has stopped matching your steps. It waits now, at the edge, watching you sit in the center of the clearing. The grass is damp and cool beneath you. You listen to the trees creak, to the hush of the night, to the storm pacing along the tree line like a thoughtful beast. You know it hasn't left. It never does. But it is no longer walking beside you. You are alone again, and yet you aren't. Something in the distance begins to hum. Not a song, not a warning, just a soft vibration of sound, like voices in a chapel after prayer, like names spoken in the dark dot. You lie back, and the world above you turns darker. Still, and in the quiet between raindrops, you wonder, if the storm has stopped walking beside you, then what walks ahead? The path you follow isn't a path at all. It curves like a question, cut into the moss by something heavier than your steps. The rain has softened the ground so much that even the ferns seem to sag under its weight, whispering with each movement you make. You've passed this way before, or you think you have, but something is different now. Ahead, through the thin trees, you see something that shouldn't be there. A cabin. You stop. You listen. Nothing speaks, yet your bones feel hushed. There's no memory of this place. Not from the stories you've been told. Not in the dreams you half remember. And still, it looks as though it's always been here. Its roof sags slightly. In the middle, like it's bowing under a memory you haven't earned yet. Ivy claws at the windows. The front steps are uneven, worn from footsteps that must belong to someone or something else. You notice the strange way the mist avoids. It curling around the edges like it knows better than to touch. You should turn back. You don't. The door is already open, not wide, but just enough. It reminds you of a breath, quiet, slow, waiting. You approach each step louder than the last, though the forest remains mute. No birds, no thunder, just you and the sound of your own heart in your ears. When you step inside, the rain gets louder, as if the walls amplify the storm outside. And yet, you're dry, not a drop clings to you. Your clothes, damp a moment ago, feel oddly untouched. The room is dim, lit by the soft flicker of a lantern on the table, though there's no oil inside. The light glows from within, steady and warm, but without fire. The wooden floor groans. As you step farther in, and every board beneath your feet seems to remember someone else's weight. Photographs line the walls, black and white, some aged to yellow, others newer somehow, but each one shows the same cabin, the same room, the same lantern, and in the center of every frame, someone who looks just like you, not exactly you. The tilt of the head is off. The smile, if there is one, doesn't quite reach the eyes, but the resemblance is too precise to dismiss. It's you as the forest remembers you, perhaps. You as you might have been in another story. You move closer to one of the pictures. In it, you're standing exactly where you are now. One hand resting on the table, head tilted, gazing at the photograph dot. Your fingers twitch. You don't remember standing like that, and yet the position feels familiar, almost practiced. The sound of a chair creaking draws your eyes across the room. There's another figure now, or maybe it was always there, sitting in the far corner, half-shadowed, unmoving. The rain grows louder again, pounding against the roof, as if trying to warn you. You don't speak, neither does the figure, but a presence fills the room like steam, wrapping around your senses, making it hard to tell where you end and the room begins. On the table, beside the lantern, lies a photograph still developing. You hadn't noticed it before. The edges are curling as if it's being formed by something other than light. Slowly, an image comes into view. It's the same room, the same lantern, but the figure in the chair is gone, and the you in the picture isn't you at all. Not exactly. This one has no eyes, just black circles where they should be. A cold breeze brushes the back of your neck, though the door remains closed. You glance toward the window. Outside, something stands just at the tree line, watching, but when you blink, it's gone, like it never wanted to be seen in the first place. You move through the house. The hallway seems longer than the outside could allow. Doors appear on either side, each slightly ajar, each humming softly, not with sound, but with memory. When you step past them, you hear echoes, footsteps that don't match your own. Laughter without a source, a voice whispering a name that might be yours. You come to a room filled with mirrors. None show your reflection. Instead, they show variations of you. In one, you're asleep beneath a bed of roots. In another, you're walking backwards, your eyes completely white. One mirror is cracked down the center, and your image flickers. One moment smiling, the next screaming, the next simply gone. You don't touch them. You keep walking. In the next room, the rain is louder than ever, but when you look up, the ceiling is whole. There is no leak, no window, no roofless sky. Still, the sound continues, steady, heavy, like 1,000 footsteps marching above your head. Then silence. A perfect, clean silence, as if the forest has paused to listen, or wait, and then the floor creaks behind you. You turn slowly. No one is there, but the photograph from earlier, the one still developing now, lies at your feet. You don't remember picking it up. You don't remember carrying it, but it's here. The figure in the chair is gone. The version of you in the photo now stands alone, eyes closed, mouth slightly open, as if whispering something too soft to hear. You crouch, listen, and faintly, barely above the hum of your breath, you hear it. A word dot your name, spoken in your own. voice, you rise, the picture still in your hand. The cabin feels smaller now, as if the walls have exhaled. The hallway has shortened. The rooms you passed seem to have faded behind curtains of dust and shadow. You make your way back to the main room. The lantern flickers again, even though it shouldn't, and in its light, you see one final photograph pinned to the door. It's of you, from behind, reaching toward the very photo you now hold. The moment loops, you hear the creak again. You open the door and step outside. The rain doesn't touch you, even now, but the forest smells sharper, older, as if something has changed. In your absence, or in you glance back at the cabin. It's no longer there, just trees, just mist, just the whisper of your name, fading like breath in the storm. You walk deeper into the woods, where the rain quiets but never disappears. It moves like breath on the back of your neck, present, soft and steady. Each droplet that falls feels slower here, almost hesitant, as if the trees are listening and don't want to interrupt. The path splits, then splits again. Every fork is framed by crooked limbs that lean in too close, like they're trying to whisper something into your ear. You don't need signs. The forest offers another kind of direction. Every third tree seems to lean a little more than the last, all nudging your gaze toward a single, silent clearing ahead. You begin to notice the pattern. 3 crows call in perfect rhythm, there. Cries distant but certain. You pause when the first one sounds. The second comes after 10 slow heartbeats. The third arrives only once you begin walking again, almost like permission. Then come the knocks. They don't come from any direction you can name. Just 3 soft knocks, somewhere behind bark or inside the ground. Not loud, but hollow, like something testing the world to see if it's still there. You try not to count, but your mind does it anyway. 3 knocks, 3 crows, 3 turns in the path. Everything is falling into place, a place you didn't choose, but are somehow meant to be walking toward. The clearing finally opens like a held breath, wide, quiet, and darker than the path behind you. The trees around it grow in a near circle, their branches interlocked like a woven crown. There are no flowers here, no moss, just soil, damp and undisturbed until you see them. 3 names are carved into the dirt, as if written by a careful finger. The rain doesn't erase them. Instead, it fills each groove, making the letters shimmer like silver veins under the surface. None of the names are yours, but one of them is familiar. You don't know from where. Maybe a dream or a memory you never owned. Maybe something from a letter you never sent. As you step closer, a breeze moves through the circle. It doesn't rattle the branches. It doesn't move the leaves. Instead, it carries a voice, not a word, but a shape. Something that brushes against your thoughts, gentle as fog curling over a field. It doesn't ask, doesn't command. It only ... reminds ... Something once happened here, and it's happening again. You kneel beside the names. The earth is cool, but not cold. Damp, but not muddy. It accepts your presence like an old friend who's been waiting in silence, never angry, just patient. You reach out and press your fingers to the dirt. The letters are deep, not written by accident, not scratched in haste. Whoever made them took their time. That's when you hear the whispering, not voices, not words. It's the trees, there. Limbs don't move, but their presence sways. Their bark doesn't crack, but you feel it bending. It's not sound. Not exactly, more like memory echoing through wood. 3 sounds repeat again. A branch creaking under pressure, leaves rustling in a wind that doesn't touch your skin, and something softer, the sound of breath caught in someone else's throat. You look up and realize the clearing isn't empty anymore. 3 figures stand just outside the edge, exactly where the tree line begins. Not close, not far, just watching, not shadows, not quite people either. Their edges blur into bark, their limbs thin and crooked, like young saplings trying to remember how to be human. They don't move, but the trees behind them seem ... calmer. Now, like they've been answered, you don't run. You don't even feel the need. Their presence isn't threatening. It's sorrowful, tired, like echoes that got lost and ended up wrapped in skin. One of the figures, the smallest one, raises a hand. A branch snaps somewhere behind you when they do, but you don't turn around. You can't. You feel the pull like gravity, but sideways. Like sleep, but with your eyes open. The figure doesn't speak, but the message is clear. The names must be remembered. You look back at the dirt. Now, only one name remains. The others have vanished, smoothed by unseen hands. You're not sure when it happened, but your fingers are already digging, not to bury something, but to uncover. The soil is loose now, willing underneath you. Find a sliver of wood, a shard no bigger than your palm. Carved into it is the 3rd name, the one you didn't recognize. You turn it over, and on the back is a date. Today's single quotes, as suddenly the wind changes. The crows cry again, only once, in unison, and the 3 figures are gone. No movement, just vanished, like breath leaving a mirror. The trees lean in, listening. You tuck the wooden shard into your coat. The name is already fading, the wood softening, as if it had never truly existed. The clearing exhales, and the path behind you opens wide again. You don't need to be told what to do next. You walk slower this time. 3 steps, pause. 3 steps, pause. And then the branches start to shift, as if pleased. You think you're alone again until you hear the gentle knock, just once this time. Not behind you, not beside you, but inside a tree you just passed. You place your hand against the bark. It feels warm, like skin dot, and then it breathes. You arrive at the lake just past midnight. The air is thick with hush, as if even the trees have been told to stay silent. Rain drizzles lightly, a soft tapping on the leaves that somehow avoids touching the lake's surface. The water is still, too still. It doesn't ripple, it doesn't breathe. It only waits. Your footsteps slow on the moss-lit path as your boots sink into the soft earth. You're not sure why you came this way tonight. The path curved toward the lake like a finger beckoning you, and you simply followed. It felt natural, like tracing a memory that wasn't yours. Above the moon is a blurred silver coin caught. In the clouded sky, the light it casts seems to avoid the lake directly. It skims the trees, glances off the stones, but never fully reaches the water. You notice this in passing. Your eyes are too drawn to the lake's surface. It mirrors the forest perfectly. Every branch, every shadow, painted in eerie detail. But when you look closer, something is off. You're standing still, but your reflection shifts, tilts its head when you don't. Its hands hang lower than yours, and the eyes, they stare too long before blinking. You glance away, but your reflection doesn't. A chill slides down your back like a wet thread. You tell yourself it's just the moonlight playing tricks. just the tiredness in your limbs, the whisper of sleep pulling at the edges of your vision. But part of you knows. The lake is watching you back. You crouch, curious despite yourself, and reach toward the surface. Your fingers hesitate inches above the water. The cold coming off it feels deeper than temperature, like an emotion, like grief. A profound, ancient grief. And then something strange happens. The reflection flickers. For a moment, you see not just yourself, but others behind you. Figures, dim, watercolored silhouettes. They're not moving, they're waiting. You don't turn around. You don't want to know if they're really there. Instead, you whisper something you don't know what, and the sound vanishes before it touches the air. The lake swallows all sound. No frogs, no insects, not even wind. Just the quiet, immense weight of eyes that do not blink. A branch cracks behind you, and instinctively you glance at the reflection, not the real world. You don't want to. See what's there directly. The reflection will be safer. It has always been a barrier, but it's not safer now, because the reflection is no longer yours. Someone else is standing in your place. The same shape, the same outline, but not you. The posture is wrong, stiff, expectant. The eyes, they look straight into yours, even though you're not looking into a mirror, and they smile. You stumble back, away from the water, heart gently quickening. Not a race, not a panic, just the slow realization that something has noticed you, something that should not have, something that has been waiting for someone to meet its gaze. You don't run. You can't. Not out of fear, but because the air here feels too thick, like syrup, like a dream. Your limbs move as though you're wading through memory, not space. Even your thoughts have slowed, softened. You walk backward, eyes locked on, the lake, watching the reflection watch you. Each step away is mirrored by a step forward, not by you, but by the figure pretending to be you. They move opposite, as if drawn closer by your retreat. Finally, you look away. You have to. The trees around you seem older than before. Their trunks lean in, just slightly, as though listening. And their branches no longer point toward the sky. They point back toward the lake, toward you, the path. Your followed in is gone. The ground is still beneath your feet, but the way out no longer exists. You didn't hear it vanish. It didn't collapse or crumble. It just stopped being a way out. And then you feel it. Rain heavier now, tapping your shoulders like fingers. And a presence, not behind you, not beside you, but beside your reflection. The one in the lake. It's not alone. You look again, helpless to resist. And this time, the reflection shows the figure clearly, standing shoulder to shoulder with your mimic, tall, dark, wearing something too formal for the forest, a suit or robes, or something else that doesn't belong. Their hand rests gently on your reflection's shoulder, like a parent or a puppeteer. You blink, they blink, but you don't. The sky murmurs thunder that rolls in slow waves. It doesn't come from above. It rises from the lake, as though the water itself is groaning beneath invisible weight. You kneel not from fear, but because your knees need the earth. You feel small in a different way now, not vulnerable, just known, like a secret that's finally been read aloud. A soft voice speaks from behind you. It sounds like rain falling on glass. You don't turn around. Not all reflections are backward. You listen, you wait. The voice doesn't come again. but you feel its meaning slide inside you like a pebble dropped into still water. You watch. The ripples form in your mind. The figure beside your reflection raises its hand, and you feel your hand rising too, but you're not moving it. You force it down gently, and your arm obeys. But the reflection continues, lifting its hand high as if reaching for the moon. And as it moves, the rain shifts direction, starts to fall sideways, or maybe upward. You can't tell anymore. The rules here don't matter the same way. You whisper, not to the figure, not to the lake, but to yourself. This is not my place. And the reflection nods, as if it's heard. But the figure beside it shakes its head, slowly, deliberately. You stand. The trees creak around you like tired bones, and the rain resumes its gentle rhythm, falling down again. A quiet invitation to move, to return, to step away from the water. And for the first time, the reflection steps back. The tall figure does not. You walk away from the lake without looking back. You know the figure is still there. You know it will always be there now, standing in your reflection's shadow, waiting for you to return. You pass through trees that don't seem quite the same as before. Their bark feels smoother, their leaves more translucent. The forest has changed around you. Or perhaps you've walked into a different version of it entirely, one that didn't exist before midnight. The rain is lighter now, more delicate, as if the storm has moved on without you. Or maybe it walks a little behind you now, watching. You reach a clearing you don't remember passing before. In the center, a large stone, flat, wide, covered in moss. 3 crows sit along its edge, unmoving, like carved ornaments. There's something scratched into the stone's surface. 3 names. One of them looks familiar. And just beyond the clearing, the trees begin to whisper. The fog is heavier tonight. It sinks low to the forest floor, curling around your ankles, breathing along the moss like something alive. You can't see the trees anymore. Not fully, only their shadows, tall and still, as if holding their breath. There is no wind, no rustling, leaves just you, the hush of distant rain, and the faint echo of something you wish you hadn't heard. One toll, faint, metallic, far off, but somehow not far enough. A bell. You pause, eyes searching the greyness, but the sound doesn't repeat. You're almost able to convince yourself you imagined it, until it rings again, to tolls now, slower, deeper, like something waiting. Your footsteps quicken without you meaning them to. There's no path anymore, not really, only the spaces where the trees part just enough to let you through. Your hands brush bark that feels warmer than it should, almost pulsing beneath your fingers, and every time you blink, the mist seems thicker, denser. You think back. What did you say? You try to remember your last words, not the ones out loud, but the ones whispered silently in your mind. Something about being alone, about not being afraid, but those weren't entirely true, were they? The bell rings again. 3. A cold thread winds its way up your spine. You don't know where the sound is coming from. It doesn't echo like it should. It simply appears, as if it's ringing inside your chest, rather than across the forest. You place your palm flat against a tree trunk for balance, and the wood hums faintly beneath your skin. It's not the bell you feel, it's something else, something behind the ringing. You lie again, just a small one. You tell yourself you'll turn round, that you'll stop walking toward the sound, that you're just curious, not drawn to it. But the bell tolls again, and your heart feels strangely heavier. 4, then 5. You don't remember learning about a bell tower in this forest. You don't remember anyone ever speaking of it. And yet now, you feel as though you've always known it was here, as though it's always been waiting for you. You pause to listen, but the sound has faded. Instead, something new slips through. The mist, faint whispers, no louder than breath. You can't make out words, only rhythm. And the rhythm feels familiar, like a lullaby, slowed down and played backward, where every note holds a memory you didn't realize you had. You don't speak, but something hears the lie behind your silence. The mist parts gently, and for a moment, you see it. A small clearing, and in the center, a bell, not a tower. Just the bell, suspended from an arch of bent, blackened branches, swaying slightly despite the stillness. You step closer. The ground beneath you is soft and dark. It feels like it's been walked on many times, though no footprints remain. Only shapes. You crouch down and notice 3 impressions in the dirt. Not footprints, not really, but outlines of knees. As if someone knelt here, or something did. The bell does not toll now. It simply waits. You stare at it. Bronze, but aged to green. Covered in markings too worn to decipher. You don't touch it, but your fingers itch as though they've touched it before, and then you notice faint words carved into the branch above. Only the truth walks away. You whisper it aloud before you can stop yourself. And in that moment, the bell rings again, loud, shivering, close. Your knees buckle slightly, but you do not fall. The ground feels strangely soft now, like it's welcoming you, like it would be easy to kneel. You don't, not yet. You stand, still listening. The whispers return no longer behind the trees, but around you. Not menacing, but searching. As though trying to find something you've hidden. Your breath catches, you lie again. Not a word, not a sentence. Just a feeling that you are not frightened. And the bell tolls. Slower this time. Louder, it echoes in your bones. 6 tolls. The whispers stop. The silence feels full, expectant. You turn slowly, and through the mist you see shapes. Not people. Not exactly. They shimmer slightly, as if drawn in water. Silhouettes with no detail. One stands. One kneels. One lies curled against the roots of a tree. They do not move, but they are watching. You take a step backward, and the bell tolls again. 7, and now you understand. Each toll is not a warning. It is a count, for every lie whispered in the fog. The bell keeps track. You feel it now, the weight of them all. The times you said you'd come back. The times you said you were fine. The thoughts you buried under calm words and quiet smiles. The bell doesn't care about words. It rings. For truths unspoken and still. It is not angry. It is not cruel. It is simply waiting. You could kneel. You could speak. You could tell it. Everything. But you remain silent, and the silence tells another lie. 8. You feel the vibration in your chest, like a heartbeat not your own. The mist moves again, and you see something. Beside the bell now, a shape wrapped in dark cloth. A figure, maybe, with their head bowed and hands folded neatly in their lap. They do not move, but they weren't there before, and neither was the second bell. Slightly smaller, polished, untouched. The branch above it bears no inscription, only the memory of a word, one that you haven't spoken yet, but know you will. 9. Your voice shakes as you whisper again, this time not to lie, but to ask, who are you? The mist thickens, then clears just enough for one of the figures to lift their head. But the face they wear is yours, and in that moment, you feel the weight of all the things you've never said. The tolling pauses, but your breath does not. You step backward into the fog. It lets you go for now. The forest is silent once more, but in your bones, the bell still rings. Just once, faintly. 10. The rain falls steady tonight, like breath against your window. It doesn't knock or beg, only exhales softly in mist and rhythm. You curl beneath your blanket, the wind humming through the trees, like a lullaby grown old with sorrow. Sleep presses down gently, and you surrender to it slowly. Like a hand sinking into still water, your dreams tonight are not your own. You find yourself inside, something dim, not quite a room, not quite a forest, but something between. The air is heavy, the smell of wet earth and mildewed paper surrounding you. Your hands are bare and trembling, but not from cold. You're holding something fragile. It's a piece of paper stained with rain. The lines on it shift as you stare, trembling as if alive. A map, you realize. A forest, your forest. Only it doesn't match what you remember. Paths curve where they shouldn't. Landmarks are unfamiliar. And in the center, surrounded by thick, ink-drawn trees, is a small black mark that looks like an eye. Below it, scrawled in a hand that feels too much like your own. Don't follow me. You wake up slowly, heart wrapped in mist. The blanket clings to your skin. The rain still falls. The silence stretches long and deep until you see it. On the floor beside your bed, a piece of damp, yellowed paper. You reach for it with hands that already know. The edges are frayed. The ink is real. The words are there, same as before. Don't follow me. You trace the path with your finger. The trees are drawn too carefully to be a dream. Every curl and line feels deliberate, like someone watched the forest breathe and tried to capture its rhythm. You tilt your head, trying to place the landmarks. A bent tree, a broken swing, the mossy stone where the birds won't land. You've seen them, you've walked past them, but never in this order. Outside, the forest exhales. You dress in silence. There's no decision to be made. Your feet already know where to go. You fold the map, careful not to crease the eye. The paper hums faintly in your pocket, as though it recognizes your touch. The trees wait for you. The rain soaks into your clothes within minutes, but you don't turn back. The map is clutched in your hand now, soft with damp. You follow the path, not because you want to, but because something deeper than thought compels you. One step, two, you pass the bent tree. Its bark seems to twist as you near, branches curling, in on themselves like fingers. The broken swing is next. It creaks, though no wind moves it. Then, the mossy stone. You pause there, sensing the wrongness in the air. A quiet that hums instead of rests. On the map, this is where the real trail begins. The path narrows, trees press in, the rain thickens into fog. Your breath leaves your body in curls, and your footsteps soften into silence. Then you reach it. The clearing dot, it's smaller than it looked on the map, shaped like a teardrop. The trees arch around it like ribs, close and dark. In the center is nothing but wet earth, except for the stone slab. Not a grave, though it pretends to be. You don't know how you know that, but you do. You kneel beside it, water soaking through your knees. The map unfolds in your hand again. Though you don't remember pulling it out, the lines have changed. Now, there's only one word where the forest once was. Below, you glance at the slab, then back at the paper. Then, slowly, cautiously, you reach down and brush the dirt. Aside, the earth gives more easily than it should, and you find, just beneath the surface, a handle iron, cold, waiting. You pull with a soft groan. The slab lifts, not all the way, just enough. Just enough to see stairs, narrow and stone, curling downward into dark. You lean in, just to listen, and hear. Pages turning. The sound is soft, like fingers brushing through paper in an empty room. Your heart does not race. Instead, it slows, as if bracing for something ancient, something gentle but unkind. You don't descend, not yet. Something tells. You not to, you sit instead. The rain softens. The map dries itself in your hand, somehow untouched by the weather now. You flip it over. On the back, a new line appears, even as you watch. It's not your map anymore. A breeze passes through the clearing. You shiver, but it's not from cold. It feels like something walking through you, like memory. You close your eyes, listen again, pages, and a whisper. You don't catch the words, but you feel their shape. They don't ask you to follow. They don't ask anything. They just remind you close the slab gently. The sound it makes is final, like the end of a book. But you know this isn't the end. It's a bookmark, nothing more. You stand. The forest welcomes you again. You turn to go, and as you do, the map slips from your hand. It doesn't fall, it floats, just for a moment, before landing gently on the slab. The ink begins to fade before your eyes, as though the story has ended, or moved on. You leave it there. You don't need it now. You know the path, but still, even as you walk, you hear it softly. Behind you, the turning of pages, and the voice that doesn't speak but hums inside your chest. And when you close your eyes that night, something new draws itself behind your lids. A door and a knock. Just once. Then silence. The rain follows you, but softer now. It doesn't tap or whisper, sighs. A fine mist clings to your skin as you move through the trees, each step sinking slightly into moss and mud. You've stopped trying to find your way out. The forest no longer asks for permission. It simply guides you. Tonight, the air feels strangely warm. The kind of warmth that doesn't comfort it lingers too long, like a breath on the back of your neck. You pass a line of leaning trees, their bark mottled with pale lichen, and the path beneath your feet turns brighter. Not from the moon. There is no moon, just a field of wildflowers ahead, glowing faintly in the dark like candle flames trapped. In petals, you step closer. There are no trees in this clearing. Only bloomstal, strange flowers in deep purples, oranges and whites. They sway gently, though the air is still. You feel it before you hear it, the hush. Not silence, but a hush, like something waiting underground is holding its breath. The moment you place your foot into the field, the earth dips slightly, just enough to notice. You lift your foot again. The ground rises back like a mattress settling. You try another step, then another. The wildflowers brush against your legs. They're damp, as if they've just been watered. The smell is heady sweet, earthy, and something else. Something metallic just beneath. You pause and kneel beside one of the blooms. The stem is thicker than it should be, veined like flesh. You dig gently with your fingers at the base, pushing past the loose soil. Just a few inches down, your fingers tap something solid would dot the flowers are growing from graves. You sit back, heartbeat soft and slow, not racing but not still. Your breath curls in the air, though the night is warm. There's a rhythm to this place, a hum in the earth, barely audible, like the faraway buzz of insects, or chanting carried by wind from miles away. You walk deeper into the field. Each step now feels stranger. The ground gives too much, as if it remembers being disturbed. Some flowers are newer, some are wilted. You count 12, then 20. Then you stop counting because it keeps going. At the center of the field, one bloom is taller than the rest. A pale blue flower, glowing with soft luminescence. Something about it feels wrong. Not just out of place, but awake. The dirt below it is fresh, still loose, still warm. You kneel again, not knowing why, and press your palm against the ground. It pulses, gently, like a heartbeat. You recoil slightly, but the flower shivers, and a petal detaches. It drifts down, slow as sleep, and lands in your lap. You pick it up. The edges are soft, silky, but the center something's been written into it. Tiny black lines, like inked veins. You tilt it toward the glow of your lantern. It's a name, a single name. Your name. Suddenly, you feel very, very tired. Like you've been walking toward this moment your whole life. The rain resumes gently, just a sprinkle, and the wind returns in small sighs. You sit there in the wildflower field, surrounded by silence and names and soil that breathes. Your eyelids lower for a moment, only a moment, and then something speaks, not aloud, not in words, but from below. A feeling, a memory not yours. A pull, you see hands digging, not out of panic, but ritual. Careful, precise. You see someone placing the blue flower above the disturbed earth, standing back and waiting. The air is filled with soft singing, melodies that come from mouths you cannot see, and then it's you standing in the same spot, holding the same flower. But you never arrived here, did you? You never planted anything. You rise unsteadily, the weight of the petal still in your hand. It has not withered. It doesn't move in the breeze. You look around, and the field has changed. Now you see small stones at the head of each patch of flowers. Not full gravestones, just broken shards. And scratched onto each, barely legible in the moonless dark, are names. Some old, some recent, some you recognize. You shouldn't recognize them. One stone has your birthday. Another has a date that hasn't happened yet. You feel your breath slow. The trees that once seemed distant are now closer, pressing in, watching, maybe protect. Warning, you whisper aloud, just to hear your voice. This isn't my grave. But something deep beneath the soil rings back like a chime, not an echo, a response. The petal in your hand pulses once, then curls inward. You drop it. It doesn't fall, it floats, like it's sinking through water. The moment it touches the earth again, the flower it came from begins to close, folding into itself like a secret being kept. You back away, and the field responds. The flowers sway harder. The ground seems to ripple, gently, like breath under a blanket. You turn toward the path, but it's not where you left it. Now to your right, a faint trail has formed, lined with smaller white flowers that weren't there before. They seem to glow softly in rhythm, one lighting after another, like footsteps ahead of you. You hesitate, but walk. The flowers bend as you pass, never brushing you, always just out of reach. The wind feels cooler here. The rain begins to fade. Again, the hush returns. But this time, it carries something else beneath it. Not voices, not movement. Drumming, soft, distant, and steady like someone tapping on hollow wood, far underground. You followed the new path, guided by instinct more than choice. Behind you, the flower field fades into fog. Ahead, something new emerges. A low stone wall, half sunken in moss. A gate made of rusted iron rests open. Just beyond it, more trees, twisted and narrow, their trunks leaning inward like listeners at the foot of the gate. There's a scroll tied with a faded blue ribbon. You kneel and pick it up. The paper is damp but intact. You unroll it slowly. It's not a letter, it's a map. Hand-drawn, sketched with ink that hasn't bled despite the wet air. You trace the lines. Your finger moves past landmarks you've seen before. The crooked steeple, the split tree, the lake that should never be seen after midnight. And then, the field of flowers. You glance behind you, gone. But the map shows something else. Just beyond where you now stand. A mark labelled in small, careful letters. Don't dig. And beneath that, your initials. You roll the map back up, gently. Hands trembling slightly, not from fear, but from knowing. The paper is too warm, too recent. Like it was drawn only moments ago. The gate creaks open farther, as if inviting you through. You don't enter, not yet. You stare into the woods beyond and wonder what happens if you follow where the map ends, or where it begins. You step into a clearing that doesn't feel like a clearing. The trees open wide, but the air presses close. There's an odd hush here, like the silence that follows a question no one wants to answer. The forest, which usually crackles and hums, holds its breath. And for a long moment, so do you. Then, without warning, the rain begins. Only, it doesn't fall. It rises, droplets. Lift gently from the damp soil and float upward, drifting like soft ash toward the sky. You watch them pass by your boots, lifting off moss and bark and petals, each one trembling slightly before slipping into the air. It's not heavy rain, not even steady. It moves slowly, as if unsure it should be happening at all. You reach out your hand. One drop grazes your palm as it ascends. It's warm, warmer than it should be. You blink. The trees surrounding the clearing no longer look familiar. Their trunks curve just slightly backward, tilting away from you like they're recoiling. Their bark gleams unnaturally, smooth and damp, like polished bone. Leaves twitch with invisible wind, yet the air remains perfectly still. The silence deepens. You can hear your heartbeat now, not in your chest, but in the soles of your feet. The ground feels hollow, soft. The sound of your own breath echoes strangely in your ears, like it's being spoken by someone else. You take a slow step forward. The mud doesn't squelch. It sighs a low, breathy sound, like something beneath. The surface has just exhaled. You stop, and the ground stops sighing. But the upward rain continues. You look to the sky, and the sky looks back. There's no sun up there, no clouds either, just a pale, undulating greyness, as though the world above the treetops has turned to smoke and sea glass. It shimmers, faintly, shifting in ripples, as though water were flowing over the sky itself. Then you notice the shape, faint at first, barely visible behind the curtain of rising rain. A shadow in the sky, but it doesn't move with the clouds. It stays centered. Watching, you feel it, like a pressure behind your eyes. like you've been noticed by something older than the forest. Not hostile, just ... patient, curious. Your breath trembles. You try to ground yourself. Look down, but the forest floor no longer makes sense. Rocks are shaped like eyes. Ferns stretch in patterns that resemble fingers. Roots twist themselves into spirals that mimic ancient symbols, as though the ground beneath your feet is forming sentences in a language you've almost forgotten, and the rain keeps rising, one drop at a time. You move again, slowly, as if you're wading through a dream you can't quite wake from. Each step stirs the air, and the air feels thick with something invisible, something heavy and listening. Eventually, you find the edge of the clearing. A crooked fence, half buried in moss, runs along the tree line. The wood is splintered, and each post bears a small notch, carved symbols, faded by time. You touch one and feel it pulse. Not like a heartbeat, like a memory. It comes softly, not your own, a whisper through your fingertips. You don't hear words, only the feeling of being watched, of being followed, of a name being spoken behind you in a voice you never want to hear again. You pull your hand back. Beyond the fence, the forest looks wrong. The trees lean inward now, pressing together in crooked angles. Some grow upside down roots, reaching skyward, branches buried in the soil. The rain here floats faster, angling itself upward like it's in a hurry to escape. You step over the fence. The moment your foot touches the other side, the silence changes. It doesn't break, it shifts. A distant chime echoes faintly, like glass clinking in another room, or a spoon tapping gently against porcelain. It repeats once, then again 3 times. It doesn't sound like a bell, not exactly, more like the ghost of one. You walk deeper. The further you go, the stranger the forest becomes. A path appears beneath your feet, not carved, not walked, but drawn, a perfect black line, too smooth to be natural. It winds between trees like spilled ink, guiding your steps forward, 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 ... You try to stop. Your legs keep moving. The pressure from above grows heavier, like the sky is lowering itself, folding down toward you. You feel its weight in your shoulders, your back, your jaw, not hurting, just pressing, testing, measuring you. Then you see the bench, alone in the middle of the path, surrounded by nothing but fog and rising rain. A wooden bench, old and warped, but clean, waiting. You sit, because that's what you're meant to do. The second you rest, the line beneath your feet vanishes. The trees still. The droplets stop rising. Time seems to pause, and then the world gently breathes in. The fog curls around you like warm wool. It pulls close, like a lullaby hummed into your skin. You feel a softness in your chest, as if the air has quieted the questions you didn't realize you were asking. A voice murmurs behind your ear, but it's not a sound, it's a feeling, a suggestion. Don't lie again. You don't move, you don't speak, you wait, and the rain begins again, backwards, gently, upward. You notice something resting in your lap, a folded piece of paper, damp at the edges, creased like it's been read 1,000 times. You open it. It's a map, hand-dash drawn, messy lines, overlapping lines, circles where they shouldn't be, names you don't recognize. But one thing is clear, the path you took is marked, and it doesn't end here. It continues, far beyond this point. Across the paper, in deep red ink, someone has written for crooked. Words, don't follow me. The bench sighs beneath you, like it remembers other people who sat here. People who read the map, people who listened, and others who didn't. You fold it back and tuck it into your pocket, though you already know the path will draw itself again. Even if you look away, even if you try to forget, you rise slowly. The bench remains behind and the rain keeps drifting upward. As the sky shifts just slightly, watching you go, you don't remember when the wind began whispering. Your name, it starts softly, a shiver in the leaves, a brush against your ear. You pause beneath the old cedar, heart steady, breath caught between thoughts. It's quiet enough to be nothing. Maybe the creak of bark, maybe your own imagination folding the world inward again. But then it happens again. Clearer, a little, closer, your name, not like someone calling it. No, like the breeze knows it. Like the forest has learned who you are. You turn slowly, scanning the trees, the shifting branches. There's no one there. Only that same hush of the forest holding its breath. The wind slides past you again, cool, dry, and threaded with something else. Words, maybe, or memories. You can't quite tell the difference anymore. You move without deciding to, feet drawn down the narrow trail. Moss softens your steps. Ferns lean in, brushing your arms like quiet hands. The wind comes in pulses, now not gusts exactly, but breaths. Inhale, exhale, whispers in between. Always your name. Come back, it says once. And then, just as gently, don't turn around. Your skin prickles, not from cold, but from something deeper, like recognition, like being known too well. You continue on, the path winds tightly, through undergrowth and shallow puddles. Water shivers upward from the ground, as if remembering how to fall. You are not sure when it started raining in reverse. Tiny droplets drifting upward into the branches above, leaving your coat untouched. It should feel wrong, but it doesn't. Not anymore. Ahead, the trees seem to shift slightly, not moving exactly, but rearranging themselves, opening, making room. For you, the wind brushes your shoulder like a friend walking beside you. Almost there, it says, in your voice, but not quite, just a little off, as though it remembers how you sounded when you were younger, when your voice still held a kind of wonder. You pause again. The forest is wide and hollow here. The ground dips into a shallow valley filled with swaying grass and pale flowers. The petals move with the wind, but opposite the way they should. Everything bends toward the breeze, not away from it, like it pulls rather than pushes, and your name floats again through the valley, not from any direction you can place, just around you, through you. You sit at the edge of the hollow, watching the flowers nod their heads in agreement with something. You haven't said aloud. The wind curls around your ankles, your wrists, your throat. Not tightly, just enough to remind you it's listening. You remember the song, it murmurs, you blink, you don't. But a note hums in your chest. Not a tune, but a feeling. Like an old lullaby your mother might have hummed, or the way the night air used to feel before you were afraid of it. You stand again. The trail leads downward into the valley. You follow, because of course you do. The wind is waiting. There are no birds here, no insects. Just the soft hiss of the grass and that voice threaded through it. Your name, now mixed with other words. Small phrases, fragments. You left the gate open. Don't forget the tooth under the stair. Why did you stop writing them back? The whispers sting a little. They're not secrets, exactly. Just things you didn't think anyone else noticed. Not even you. The valley deepens, and with it the wind thickens. It presses gently against your back, ushering you forward, like it's guiding you, or chasing you, or both. You reach the center. There's nothing here but wildflowers and a single tree, thin black barked with no leaves. It groans as the wind moves through its bare branches. Your name drips from the limbs like sap. Why are you still here? The tree asks, though its mouth is the wind. You don't answer. You don't know. The wind shifts again, colder now, but still soft. Not cruel, not unkind. Just knowing, it lifts your coat gently, tangles your hair, runs fingers through your memories. You thought no one heard you that night, it says, but the forest did. And then, softer still, you cried into the leaves. You sit beneath the tree. The ground is warm here. The wind curls in slow circles around you, no longer whispering, just being, present, watchful, protective. Time slips, minutes, maybe hours, drift past like clouds that no longer follow the sky's rules. You feel the wind settle into the hollow of your throat, into your chest. It fills you like breath, like fog, like something ancient and kind. You close your eyes. The tree creaks again, not from pain, from memory. You're not the first, the wind tells you. Others have wandered here too. You nod slowly, eyes still closed. They never leave, it says, but not because they can't. You ask the wind what it means. It doesn't answer, but something inside you does a quiet part that's been waiting to be heard. You open your eyes. The flowers have changed. Their petals now hold symbols, not quite writing, not quite drawings. Something older, something you understand without needing to translate. They tell stories, yours, others, a whole history written in blossoms. The wind rises again, playful now. It lifts the flowers gently, letting their petals scatter into the air like confetti from another world. One lands on your palm. It hums faintly, a vibration more than a sound. Your name glows faintly on its surface, then fades. The wind leans close, brushing your ear. Do you want to know what happens next? You do. You always do. You rise from the ground, knees brushing the moss, and begin walking again. The wind follows, or maybe leads. It's hard to tell. Trees blur past, like thoughts you've let go of. The path narrows, but you don't stumble. Ahead, there's a break in the forest. Light spills through it, though it isn't moonlight. It's softer than that, older. It feels like something from a dream you almost remembered once. The wind is silent now, but present, still wrapped around your shoulders, still carrying your name, even if it doesn't speak it aloud. You pause at the edge of the clearing, heart slow and steady. A feeling washes over you that something is watching, but not with eyes. Something listening, but not with ears. And then the wind moves again. This time, it doesn't whisper your name. It whispers someone else's. The forest folds back gently, like hands parting in prayer. You step forward, and the moment you do, you feel it. Not just the stillness, but the absence. The air doesn't carry your breath. The ground doesn't echo your step. Sound has slipped through the trees and vanished. You pause, instinctively waiting to hear something. The faint crunch of leaves beneath your boots. The wet hum of distant rain, but there is nothing. Not even the whisper of wind through branches. You breathe again, slower this time, and realize that here, in this part of the woods, your breath has no voice. It vanishes before it reaches your ears, swallowed by something old and quiet and deep. You step further into the clearing. It's circular, perfectly so, as if carved out by unseen hands. The grass here grows in a pattern that feels wrong. too symmetrical, too neat. Every blade seems aware of you. The trees form a boundary around it, towering and still, their branches hanging heavy like curtains drawn tight around a secret. And at the center, she stands. You don't remember seeing her arrive. You don't even remember the moment your eyes found her. It feels like she was always there. A girl or something that looks like one, not facing you, not moving, her pale dress dusted with old ash. Her hair is tangled like vines, the same shade as the bark behind her. Her hands hang quietly at her sides. You try to speak, just a whisper, hello, but the sound dies in your throat. Your lips move, but your voice goes nowhere. It's like trying to call out underwater. The air here refuses to carry sound. It folds around you like cotton, thick and heavy and muffling every attempt to exist. You step closer, her back remains turned, but the clearing grows colder and your heart beats louder, not because of fear, but because it's the only sound left. It becomes everything. The steady, lonely rhythm of something alive in a place where nothing else is. Your thoughts drift strangely now. Each one feels like it has weight. Like if you thought too hard, the silence might hear you, might listen, might answer, and then she moves. It's subtle, just her fingers, twitching like they're waking up. You freeze, and something in your body urges you to step back. But you don't. You can't. The silence is too deep, too heavy. You're part of it now. You watch her hand lift, slow and trembling, and she turns just enough to show part of her face. Not all of it, only enough for your breath to still again. Her cheek is smudged with something dark. Not blood, not dirt. Something more like soot, or maybe memory. Her eye, only one, meets yours, and it doesn't blink. It just sees. You realize then that she has something, clutched in her other hand. It's small, weathered, familiar in a way that unsettles you. Your chest tightens as you step closer, drawn not by curiosity, but recognition. It's not until you're only a few feet away that you see it clearly. A locket, not just any locket, your locket, the one you lost long ago, the one that disappeared without explanation, the one you forgot you had. She holds it out, no words, no gestures, just the offering of something you didn't know still existed. You reach for it, and for a moment your fingers touch hers. Her skin is colder than frost, but not unpleasant. It feels like old stone, like the surface of a forgotten well, like a name etched into marble too many years ago. The locket rests in your palm now, heavy, warmer than her hand was, as if it remembers you. When you open it, there is no picture, only a note folded once, perfectly, impossibly small. You unfold it slowly, and though there are no sounds, you imagine the paper crackling in your hand. A phantom echo that doesn't truly exist. On the paper is your name, just your name, nothing else. Not a message, not a threat, not a memory, just your name. You look up, and she is gone. No footsteps, no motion, just absence. The kind of absence that lives in old rooms and locked diaries and long-forgotten lullabies. You are alone in the clearing again. The silence is deeper now. You wonder, suddenly, if anyone has ever left this place. If silence this strong can be carried away, tucked into the folds of a coat, pressed into the lines of your hands. You take a step back, then another dot. The trees remain still. The grass does not sway, but something has changed. The air now recognizes you. It holds you in a way it didn't before. as if you've passed some test, as if you belong to the hush now. You move through the trees, the clearing fading behind you like a held breath finally let go. And though no sound returns, not your footsteps, not the rain, not the birds, the wind begins to stir. It brushes against your cheek, light and cautious, like a whisper trying to find its way home. It carries something soft, something almost like a word. You pause. Was that your name again, or something else entirely? You see it in the distance. The edge of the forest, a thin line of road, pale grey and waiting, cutting through the world like a quiet promise. It looks still, like it has always been there, and always will be. You feel it before you reach it, the shift. The air grows thinner, colder, like it knows you're trying to leave. Branches no longer reach for you. The trees stand in silence, neither swaying nor whispering. Even the rain pauses. A strange hush falls over everything, the kind of silence that settles behind glass, watching you from the other side. You step forward once, twice, and then stop. It's right there, the road. You could walk it, you could leave. You should leave, but you don't, because something is wrong. Your feet refuse to move, even as your thoughts scream for motion. You glance down and see nothing holding you back. No roots, no vines, just earth and pine needles and the soft give of moss. But you can feel it, the pull, not on your body, on your name. It feels as if the forest has learned it, whispered it back and forth until it belonged to the trees, to the rain, to the fog that shaped itself like hands when you weren't looking. Your name doesn't feel like yours anymore, and maybe that's why you can't leave. You turn your head slowly. The trees behind you lean closer. Not physically, no, but in presence, like they're waiting to see what you'll do. The rain begins again, but wrong. It falls from beneath the leaves, drifting upward. You watch droplets float, not down, but skyward, like the forest has reversed. Gravity, just to keep you here. You take another step forward, and the wind howls your name, not lovingly, not angrily, just possessive lie. It sounds like the wind knows you better than you do. You remember the stories you've heard, in whispers and forgotten diaries, in pages that flake like ash. People who leave this forest don't really leave. They walk out hollow, blinking into sunlight with eyes full of shadows. You blink. Your hand twitches, almost reaching for the line where the forest ends and the road begins. Your fingers tingle when they near the edge. A static energy hums through them, like brushing against a memory that doesn't belong to you. And maybe it DOESN, single quotes, because when you glance behind again, you think you see yourself, not just a shadow, a figure almost right, standing deeper, in the woods, watching with your eyes, wearing your skin like a coat borrowed too long, and the forest breathes around that shape like it belongs here. You whisper something, you're not sure what. Maybe your name, maybe a plea, but the air doesn't echo, and that's when you remember. There are places here where sound goes to die. Places where the forest eats your voice before it leaves your lips. You wonder if you've walked through one already. If some part of you has already vanished into the trees. You take a breath. You try to speak. Nothing comes. Not even a whisper. The trees groan behind you. A low, bone-deep sound, like a door closing slowly over centuries. It isn't threatening. It's final, like they've made up their mind. You aren't theirs yet, but you're close. The road waits ahead, indifferent, and that's what makes it worse. It doesn't call to you. It doesn't promise safety or salvation. It simply exists the way a mirror exists, reflecting what you might be, what you might become if you step over that line. You move your hand again, just your hand, and the forest doesn't stop you. Not physically, but you feel it. The resistance, like pushing through thick dreams. You reach out farther, almost there, and then a sound. Behind you, it's not a growl, not a whisper, it's your voice, but it's not you. It says your name the way only you say it when you're alone, the way you think it inside your head when no one's listening. That private pronunciation, that secret syllable no one else could ever guess. And that's how you know whatever's calling you. It's been inside your thoughts. You turn dots slowly, because anything faster feels like it might shatter the moment, and there's nothing there. Just trees, just shadows, but the air feels full, the way it does when a crowd leaves a room, and there, warmth lingers in the walls. You take a step back from the road, not by choice. Your foot moves on its own, backward, toward the trees, another step and another. The forest doesn't stop you, it welcomes you. And now you hear it again. That voice, yours, but not, it says, a sentence. Not just your name this time. It says, you're almost ready. Ready for what? You don't know. But a part of you, the part that's begun to drift, soft and slow like mist, thinks. You might find out soon. You glance once more toward the road. It's still there, but smaller now. Farther, you didn't mean to move, but somehow you're deeper in the woods again. The rain here runs sideways, streams of it sliding like threads through the air. A branch gently brushes your shoulder, though no wind moves it. It lingers too long, like a hand. You close your eyes, not in fear, but in resignation, because this place, this forest doesn't need to chase you anymore. It's already inside you, and when you open your eyes again, the road is gone. You wake with the sound of rain in your ears, not overhead, not outside. It isn't tapping on the canopy or running through the underbrush. No, this rain sounds closer, somewhere deeper. You lie still, your cheek pressed against the mossy earth, listening. There's no breeze, no movement in the trees, no droplets. On your skin, your clothes are dry, but the rhythm is unmistakable. A soft, steady patter, like rain against a forgotten window in a sealed room. A sound that doesn't belong out here, yet it's in you. You sit up slowly. The air feels thick, like breath held too long. Your limbs feel heavier than they did yesterday, or was it this morning? Time has started folding strangely, hasn't it? Each inhale draws something cool and damp into your chest. Not quite air, not quite rain. You press a palm to your sternum, half expecting to feel water sloshing beneath your ribs. But there's only warmth, and that impossible sound, like a memory of a storm you never lived through. You rise, carefully, quietly. The forest around you seems stiller than usual. Even the usual hush has thickened. It feels like you're inside a soundproof box that's still echoing with something ancient docked. Your steps make no noise. The twigs don't snap. Leaves don't rustle. It's as if everything is holding its breath or mimicking yours. You follow. The trail, though it's not really a trail anymore, is it? It's more like a feeling now. A direction your heart is drawn toward. Branches lean away from you as you pass, like they know. Like the storm inside you is leaking out, misting the air around you. Leaves tremble without wind. Ferns uncurl and pull back. You try to hum to break the silence, but your voice won't come. The sound sticks in your throat, caught like something foreign. When you finally force it free, it doesn't sound like your voice at all. It's distant, watery, hollow, like it was spoken into a well. The path winds tighter, curling like a spiral. The deeper in you go, the more the silence grows. And still, the rain inside you falls. You can feel it now against your ribs, tiny drops sliding down the walls of your lungs. Each step you take feels like a ripple, like you're walking through a pond only you can feel. A tree rises before you, blackened with age and time. Its bark is slick, even though the world around you remains bone dry. You touch it, and it's wet, not just damp, dripping, with the same rhythm you've been hearing inside your chest. Drip, drip, drip. Your fingers come away clean. No sap, no dew, just coolness. The bark pulses faintly beneath your hand, almost like it recognizes something. In you lean in, and for a moment, you swear you can see your reflection in the wood, not in a mirror, but in ripples, as though the tree holds water beneath its surface, and your face floats in it like a leaf that's forgotten how to fall. You speak your name, but again, the voice doesn't sound right, and this time, it doesn't echo at all. The sound falls flat, swallowed, your breath hitches, and for the first time, you wonder, has the rain been leaking out of you, or has it been filling you up? You feel full now, not bloated, but saturated, like a sponge soaked with memory. And maybe that's what this place has been doing all along, not scaring you, not chasing you, just soaking into you. You move on, you have to. Something pulls you forward, even though you can feel the water rising. It's inside your throat now. Each breath feels like inhaling clouds. Your heart beats like thunder muffled beneath blankets. You stumble into a glade. It's one you don't remember entering, but something about it feels familiar, achingly so. A small pool rests in the center, perfectly still. No ripples, no wind. But above it, you see the impossible. Rain is falling, just here, just over. The pool, soft, vertical lines, like strands of hair suspended mid-air. It doesn't touch the ground. It doesn't make sound. It just exists, and it mirrors what you feel inside. You kneel at the edge of the pool, look into the water, and there you see yourself, but not quite. Your reflection blinks too slowly. Its lips move when yours don't. It tilts its head before you think to move yours. It's raining inside that version of you, too. You can see the droplets behind your reflection's eyes, running down its cheeks like tears that forgot how to sting. You reach toward the surface, and your reflection does not. Instead, it mouths something. You don't hear it, you feel it. Inside your ribs, a vibration, a whisper soaked in water. You lean closer, and just before your fingers touch the surface, your reflection lifts its hand and presses it to the water from below, palm to palm to palm. A barrier of liquid between you freeze, and for the first time in this strange journey, you feel the storm begin to still, not end, but pause, like it's listening, too. You stay like that, hand to hand with yourself, with the version of you that's been following quietly, watching from inside. And when you finally pull away, the reflection lingers a moment longer, smiling, faint, sad, and knowing. Then it vanishes. The water stills, but inside you, the rain remains. Quieter now, more a rhythm than a storm, like a heartbeat made of water. A reminder that something has changed or awakened. And as you rise and leave the clearing behind, You feel the forest breathing with you. It no longer surrounds you. It lives within you now, and somewhere ahead, something is waiting in the quiet. I got caught in a library in a storm. It started raining torrentially a few minutes after we'd arrived. I grabbed my 5-year-old and raced across the parking lot, getting halfway drenched. We made our way downstairs to the children's library. It was empty except for the librarian sitting behind the desk, reading a book. "Sorry," I said, as we dripped water everywhere. "No worries. Stay as long as you need." We walked over to a table. Since we were the only ones here, I took off our wet shoes and socks, used my hoodie to towel dry Jack's hair. Unfortunately, I didn't have a change of shirt or anything, but Jack seemed fine. He ran over to the Lego table, smiling. I'd planned to just make a pit stop, but I guess we were going to be stuck here for a while. No way I was going to drive in that mess. I pulled out my phone and began to scroll. Rain pelted down, dripping down the glass of the narrow windows near the ceiling. From what little I could see, the parking lot was a gigantic puddle. A flash of lightning, a peal of thunder, and then the lights flickered. "We have a backup generator, but I'm not sure it's on," the librarian said, looking up at the ceiling. "Let me go check." She hurried out of the room, and then it was just the two of us. "I want to get another Pete the Cat book," Jack announced suddenly. "Do you want me to come with you? Remember where they are?" "Yeah." I smiled as he ran off towards the bookshelves, listened to his little pattering footsteps. Then I heard him gasp, and that made me about fall off my chair. "Jack." "Mama," he said, running back to me with a mischievous grin on his face. "Mama, there's another person." He pointed back towards the aisles. I froze. I hadn't heard anyone else. Whoever was back there, were they being quiet on purpose? No, not quiet. Absolutely silent. "Who's back there?" I whispered, picturing some creepy older guy flattened against the shelves, watching us. But Jack replied, "A little girl." I let out a sigh of relief. Then I followed him back to the aisles. He was right. There was a little girl standing there in front of the books. I couldn't quite see her face. From this angle it was hidden behind her mass of unkempt brown hair. She held a book open in her hands and appeared to be reading, swaying slightly to and fro. I glanced around the library. As far as I could tell, her mum or dad wasn't down here. They must be upstairs. She looked kind of young to leave all by herself. She was a little bigger than my son, maybe 6. "Do you need help?" I asked if the girl didn't turn around or respond in any way. Maybe she's deaf," Jack said. I mean, that was possible, but it was more likely she was just really absorbed in her book. "Come on," I said. Her parents were upstairs. For a minute, and I wasn't going to interrupt a reading chime, but the minutes crept on, and no one else came into the library. Not even the librarian, who was supposed to be checking on the generator. The lights flickered a second time, and then a third. Rain drummed on the windows. Fingers of lightning shot across the sky. Just as I was thinking maybe I should check on the girl again, the lights flickered on and went out. Jack immediately started to cry. I closed the 3 feet of space between us and hugged him. It's okay, I said, turning my phone's flashlight on with my free hand. "It's okay. What about the girl?" I hadn't heard her cry. "Oh no, she must be so scared, in the dark down here without her parents." I got up, sweeping my flashlight across the shelves. She was standing right there, peering out at us from behind the bookshelf. As soon as the flashlight swept over her, she darted back behind the shelf. "Hey, it's okay," I called out. Help you find your parents upstairs. Come on, we'll all go together. Nothing happened. Maybe this was why her parents felt they could leave her alone. She was really good about stranger danger. I know I'm a stranger, but I have a kid, too. See, say hi, Jack. He said hi, somewhat reluctantly. We'll go find your parents upstairs, the three of us. Okay. Silence. Where the hell was that librarian? If she were here, she could probably phone upstairs, or bring the parents down, or something, holding Jack's hand. I ventured into the aisles. The first aisle was empty. The second one was too. The third, she was standing at the end of the aisle, perfectly still, her back turned to us. All I could see was that wild, messy hair. I promise we're good people, I called out. I'll help you find your parents. Lightning flickered through the windows. Will you please just come upstairs with us? Thunder rumbled. Maybe she was deaf, or non-verbal. Still, there was a horrible feeling in my gut now, that something about this was really, really wrong. No one would leave her down here for so long. The parents would come running as soon as the power went out. Where's the librarian? You know what? This is not my fucking problem, I decided finally. I will go upstairs, and I will tell the librarians there is an unattended child downstairs. They can find the parents, or call the police, or do whatever they have to. I turned around with Jack and started walking towards the door. CH-SCFF, CH-SCFFF.A. Scuffling sound behind me. It sounded like slow, deliberate footsteps, but they were. Dragging their feet, I whipped around to see that the girl was walking towards us, walking backwards, still facing away from us. She was wearing shoes that were far too big for her. CH-SCFFF, CH-SCFFF. I grabbed Jack's hand and yanked him towards the library door. Running as fast as I possibly could, the door slammed shut in. Our faces. I grabbed the knob, twisted and pulled. It wouldn't open. Hey, I screamed. Let us out. I slapped my palms against the door, the entire frame rattling. Jack began to cry. I scooped him up and, holding him with one arm, tried the knob. Again my phone's flashlight flickered. CH-SCFF, CH-SCFFF, CH-SCFF. I whipped around to see the little girl standing behind us. She was facing the right way now, but her eyes were just darkened pits of nothing. Where are my shoes? She said, in a monotonous voice that almost sounded like a recording. Where are my shoes? CH-SCFF, CH-SCFF. I could hear her getting closer, but I didn't dare. Look, where are my shoes, Mama? Jack cried. Where are Misho's? Where are Misho's? Let us out. Where are Misho Sheree's? A hand clawed at my arm, over there. I screamed suddenly, pointing back towards where we'd left our shoes. Wet from the rain. A second of silence, and then the lights flickered back on. The doorknob turned under my fingers. I burst out into the hallway, screaming. I ran up the stairs, and didn't stop. There were no parents upstairs. The librarian who'd abandoned us was on the phone, trying to troubleshoot the generator. When I told her about the girl, they came down and looked for her everywhere. They didn't find her, or my son's shoes, instead. There was a pair of tattered old women's flats sitting right next to the library door. Those and the bleeding. Scratches on my arm were the only evidence she'd even been there at all. The librarians didn't tell me anything, but through hours of internet research, I finally found it, an obituary. A little girl had died in the library about a decade. Before The obituary didn't give details about the death, but it did give details about her. She was neurodivergent, non-verbal, loved to read, and absolutely hated being barefoot. This kind of gave me the warm fuzzies for a minute, until I came across the second obituary. 6 years ago, an older woman had died in town. She hadn't died in the library. Not exactly. She'd died from a horrible infection that had developed after she'd sustained deep cuts on her arms. After she visited the library had promised to revisit safety practices and sanitize all surfaces. But I had a horrible feeling that wasn't going to work. I looked down at my own cuts, pulsing with pain. She didn't mean to. She was in survival mode, fight or flight, focused on the fact that she needed shoes. But what was going to happen to me? I work night shift at a rural post office, and I can't blink after midnight. Have you ever been handed a piece of paper that felt heavier than lead, like it carried the weight of your own doom? Or been told to follow rules so bizarre, so downright bone-chilling, that you started questioning whether you were awake or trapped in some fevered nightmare? I have, and I swear on everything I hold dear, I wish I never had. My name's Tommy, a plain, forgettable man in a plain, forgettable life. 38 years on this earth, and nothing much to show for it except a mailman's uniform, a pair of scuffed boots, and the silence that comes from being single in a small town. No kids, no wife, no wild stories to tell, or at least, not until that night. See, I worked the graveyard shift at a creaky little post office in Mill Creek, a place so small, even the stray dogs know everyone's business. Population hovers at 2,000 and a good day if you count the drifters and the dearly departed resting up on the hill. It's the kind of town where nothing happens. At least, nothing that folks are willing to talk about. But let me tell you, there was one night that cracked open the quiet like a coffin lid. The night I learned the rules weren't just some oddball tradition. They were a lifeline, a set of commandments carved out to keep Death Antwerp at bay. It all began at exactly 10:03 p.m. on a Thursday evening that smelled of rain and regret. I remember the time clear as day, because I was punching in at the old brass clock on the wall, the one that ticks too loud in the silence. That's when Marvin, who'd manned that shift longer than I'd been alive, handed me an envelope so yellowed and brittle, it looked like it might crumble to dust right there in my hand. His face, I'll never forget it, pale as chalk, eyes hollow, like he'd already seen what was coming for me. "You sure you want to take over the night shift, son?" His voice cracked like dry timber. I tried to muster a smile, though my gut twisted up like barbed wire. "Yeah," I said, forcing the words out. I liked the quiet, but Marvin didn't smile back, not even a flicker of one. Instead, with hands that trembled just enough for me to notice, he pressed the envelope into my palm. "Then you'd best read this. Every last word, and don't you dare cut corners, boy. Not a single one." The envelope felt cold, somehow, like it had been waiting in a grave. I opened it, heart thudding in my chest like a drum at a funeral. Inside was a single sheet of paper, yellowed and cracked at the edges. The list was typed in all caps, the ink faded but legible, and what it said, well, it read more like a survival manual than anything to do with mail. Rules for the night shift. Mill Creek Postal STATON clock in exactly at 10:03 p.m. Not a minute earlier. Not a minute later. Lock the front door behind you. Check it twice at 11:11 p.m. Place a glass of milk on the front counter. Do not drink it. The red mailbox outside is for them. do not touch it. If you hear scratching from P.O. Box 121, ignore it. Do not open it between 12 a.m. and 12:15 a.m. Do not blink for more than 3 seconds. At 1 a.m., you'll hear a knock at the back door. Do not open it. If a letter arrives addressed to someone who doesn't exist, burn it. Lights will flicker at 2:22 a.m. That's normal. Don't panic. Never, ever fall asleep. I read the list twice, maybe 3 times, each word sinking into my brain, like ice water down my spine. I looked up, expecting Marvin to crack a grin. Tell me it was a joke, some kind of twisted welcome to the night shift. But there was no grin, no laughter. Just that haunted look as he stepped backward, like I was, already lost to him. This some kinda hazing? I asked, though my voice wavered, betraying me. No joke, Marvin said, voice low and hollow as a grave. You follow the rules, or you don't make it to sunrise. A nervous chuckle escaped my throat, but it sounded wrong, hollow, like it didn't belong in that room. Marvin didn't join in. He just turned on his heel and walked out, the door closing behind him with a finality that sounded too much like the slamming of a casket lid. I watched him disappear into the night, not once looking back, and just like that, I was alone, with the list, alone with the silence that suddenly felt heavy, suffocating. For a long moment, I stood there, heart hammering, eyes on the paper, mind screaming at me to walk away. But rent was due. Bills don't pay themselves. And besides, how bad could it really be? So I folded the list with trembling hands, shoved it into my jacket pocket, and took my first steps into the nightmare I never saw coming. But tell me, if you were in my shoes, would you have stayed? Would you have followed the rules? Or would you have walked out and risked whatever was waiting out there in the dark? Because what came next? What came after that clock ticked past 10:03 p.m.? That's where the real terror began. The first thing I did in my hands, trembling ever so slightly as the weight of the night began to settle on me, was lock the front door. Not once, but twice, just like the list demanded. The old brass lock clicked into place with a finality that made the silence of the post office feel heavier, as if the building itself exhaled its last breath and left me to fend off the dark alone. For a stretch of time, nothing out of the ordinary stirred. I busied myself with the dull routine, trying to convince myself that this was all some elaborate prank, or maybe an overactive imagination fed by too many sleepless nights. I sorted mail with mechanical precision, stacked a few battered packages with care, and tried to drown out the creeping anxiety with sips of bitter coffee that scalded my tongue. The radio crackled in the background, offering nothing but static and the occasional ghost of a melody, as if the airwaves themselves were too afraid to speak. But time, relentless as ever, dragged its feet toward the next rule, and soon enough, 11:11 p.m. came calling. It nearly slipped my mind the milk. My throat constricted as I swallowed hard, cursing myself for almost forgetting such a simple task. I rummaged through the break room fridge, fingers brushing past old sandwiches and forgotten cans until I found it. A small carton of milk, cold and sweating in my grip. I placed it on the front counter exactly as the instructions said, my heartbeat echoing in my ears. At first, the world remained still. No thunderclap, no unearthly wail. Just the hum of the flickering lights above and the soft tick of the wall clock, each second feeling heavier than the last. But then, out of the corner, of my eye, something shifted. My skin prickled with that unmistakable sense of being watched. I turned my head, slow as molasses, and there it was, a shadow. A figure, tall and still, standing just beyond the front window, its outline warped by the dirty glass. I blinked once, heart caught in my throat, and when my eyes opened again, the figure had vanished. Like smoke in the wind, that was the first time my blood ran cold, icy tendrils creeping through my veins. I told myself it was nothing, a trick of the light, my mind playing games. But deep down, a gnawing dread began to take root, and it wouldn't let go. Minutes bled into each other, the silence stretching so thin it felt like it might snap. And then, at precisely 11:40 p.m., I heard it. A scratching, faint at first, like the scuttle of a mouse searching for crumbs. But it grew louder, sharper claws against metal, deliberate and desperate. The sound came from P.O. Box 121, every hair on my neck stood on end as I forced my legs to move, each step heavier than the last. The box trembled, rattling as though whatever lay inside was trying to claw its way out. My pulse thundered in my ears as I stared at it, mesmerized by the violent shaking. Without thinking, I reached into my pocket for the key, my fingers brushing. The cold metal but then Rule 5 screamed at me from the recesses of my mind. Do not open it. The words blazed in my thoughts, as loud as any siren. My hand recoiled as if the key itself had burned me. I stumbled back, breath ragged, watching the box convulse for what felt like forever. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the scratching stopped. Silence fell, thick and absolute. The kind of silence that makes you feel like even your heartbeat is too loud. It was in that moment I realized this wasn't some game. The rules weren't superstition. They were my only shield against something I couldn't begin to understand. I clenched my fists, whispering to myself, no, I can't risk breaking them. Not now, not ever. Midnight arrived, like the tolling of a funeral bell, and with it came the most maddening rule of all. No blinking for more than 3 seconds. My throat tightened as I set a timer on my watch. The glow of the numbers feeling like the only light left in a world that had turned alien. I fixed my gaze on the clock, counting every blink, feeling my eyes dry and burn as the minutes crawled by. 7 minutes in, and it felt like my eyelids weighed a ton, my vision blurring at the edges. But I held on, teeth clenched, refusing to let the rules slip through my fingers. Until 12:08 a.m. That's when it happened. Just a second, 1 second too long. My eyes shut, and sweet relief flooded through me. But when I opened them again, the relief turned to ice. There, behind the counter, stood a man, or what was left of one. His uniform, once blue, was torn and stained, hanging off his frame like a shroud. And his face, God help me, his face, it was as if someone had tried to piece together a human face from memory alone and failed. Features, misplaced proportions, all wrong. A mockery of a man. You're not Marvin? He rasped, his voice like gravel dragged across concrete, carried on a wind that smelled of dust and decay. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. My tongue felt thick, useless in my mouth. The figure leaned in closer, empty eye sockets boring into mine. You blinked, he said. Not a question, a statement, a sentence. And then, just like that, he was gone, as if the air had swallowed him whole. And that, my friend, was only the beginning, because the night was far from over. and I had miles to go before I saw the sun. So tell me, would you have blinked, or would you have stared into the darkness and risked what stared back? I hit the floor like a marionette whose strings had been cut, the breath knocked clean out of me. My hands scraped against the cold, gritty tiles as I scrambled half-crawling, half-stumbling toward the only place that felt like it could shelter me from whatever had just stood behind that counter. The supply closet. I slipped inside, pulling. The door shut so hard it rattled on its hinges and collapsed against the wall, heart hammering like a drum in a funeral march. The air in that tiny space was stale, thick with the scent of bleach and dust, but I didn't care. I pressed my back against the shelves, drawing my knees up to my chest, and stared at the thin sliver of light beneath the door, praying nothing would darken it. The seconds dragged on like hours. My breath came in shallow, ragged bursts, each one louder than it had any right to be. I kept my eyes on my watch. Tick, tick, tick. The minutes crawled forward until finally blessedly the clock hit, 12:15. I forced myself to stand, legs trembling like a newborn fawn's. When I stepped back into the main room, the world seemed ordinary again. The air was still. The clock ticked on. No sign of the man with the broken face. No shadows, no whispers. But my heart wouldn't slow, wouldn't let me forget that something had been here, breathing the same air, watching me dot, and the night wasn't done with me yet. 1 a.m. crept up like a storm cloud on the horizon. I barely had time to brace myself before it began the knock. Exactly as the rules foretold. One, then another, then a third. Each one louder than the last, reverberating through the building, rattling my bones. I clenched my jaw, held my breath, frozen, like a deer in headlights. And then came the voice. "Tommy, let me in, baby. It's cold, please." My blood ran to ice. That voice, that sweet, familiar voice. My sister's voice, but that couldn't be, couldn't possibly be. My sister had been dead 6 years. Buried under a headstone I visited every Christmas. I backed away from the door so fast I nearly tripped over my own feet. Hands clamped over my ears. I squeezed my eyes shut and tried to block out the sound. But the voice seeped in, soft at first, then desperate. The knocking grew violent, the wood groaning beneath the blows. And just when I thought I couldn't bear it another second, it stopped. I crumpled to my knees, the weight of it all crushing down on me, and gagged on the bile rising in my throat. I nearly lost what little was in my stomach. My whole body trembled like a leaf caught in a storm. The next hour crawled by in torturous silence. Every creak of the building, every groan of the pipes, every whisper of wind outside sent my nerves skittering. I started to hum a broken, tuneless hum, just to drown out the quiet, just to remind myself I was still here, still human, and then came to 22 a.m. The lights flickered, just as the list had promised. A stutter of brightness, a breath of darkness. I clenched my fists and whispered, "That's normal. That's normal." But my voice didn't even convince me. When the lights steadied, my eyes darted to the front counter, and that's when I saw it. The milk was gone. My stomach dropped like a stone into a bottomless well. I hadn't touched it. No one had come through that door. Or so I thought. Something had. Driven by equal parts fear and foolishness, I turned toward the red mailbox outside. Rule 4 blared in my mind like a siren, "Do not touch it." But I had to see. I had to know. The night had already twisted beyond anything I could have imagined. My boots crunched across the gravel as I stepped out into the cold, my breath visible in the frigid air. The red box stood there, mouth hanging open like it had just spoken some terrible truth. I peered inside, heart in my throat, empty, just a hollow space where something had once been or worse, where something had reached in, and before I could stop myself, before I could think, I slammed it shut with a bang that echoed through the night and sprinted back inside, lungs burning, blood roaring in my ears. I leaned against the door, gasping for air, realizing too late what I had done. I'd broken a rule, and in a place like this, mistakes don't go unpunished. At 3:03 a.m. sharp, when the world feels thinnest, like the skin between life and death is stretched to breaking a sound sliced through the silence. A soft, almost polite shuffle against the floorboards. I froze, breath hitched, as a letter slid under the front door. Just like that. Like it had been handed over by unseen fingers that waited on the other side. I stared at it for what felt like forever. My hands trembled as I bent down to pick it up, fingertips brushing the yellowed paper. No stamp, no return address, just a single line scrawled in a crooked hand across the front. To the man who shouldn't be here. The words seemed to pulse on the page. I swallowed hard, the lump in my throat refusing to budge. Against every instinct screaming in my bones, I tore it open. Inside, a single sentence stared back at me, stark and cold. You broke Rule 6. The floor seemed to tilt beneath me. My ears rang. My heart pounded so loud it drowned out every other sound. I remembered Rule 8. Burn it now. My body moved before my mind caught up. I stumbled toward the break room, clutching the letter like it might bite me. The microwave, that was all I could think of. I stuffed the paper inside, slammed the door, and hit start. The machine hummed, the letter sparking and curling as the flames took it. Acrid smoke filled the room. The fire alarm rang, piercing the night like a banshee's cry. But I didn't care. Let it burn. Let the whole building burn, if it meant ending this nightmare. Seconds passed like lifetimes. I stood there, sweating, heart galloping in my chest, waiting for anything to change. But the night held its breath, and then, at 3:30 a.m., I saw him. Marvin, or what was left of him. His face, pale and ghostly, appeared at the window. Eyes wide, unblinking, staring straight at me. But Marvin was gone. He had left hours ago, hadn't he? I stepped closer, unable to stop myself, drawn like a moth to a flame. The figure at the window didn't blink, didn't move, just stared too long. Too still, too wrong, my skin crawled, my gut twisted. I killed the lights, plunging the room into darkness, as if hiding would protect me from whatever that thing was. I sank into the shadows, heart pounding so loud I was sure it could hear me. Time stretched, warped. Every tick of the clock felt like it might be my last. And then came 4:44 a.m. A phone rang. My blood turned cold. There was no phone at the front desk. Not that I'd ever seen, and yet there it was. A battered, black rotary phone, sitting there like it had always belonged. The shrill ring cut through the quiet, echoing off the walls. My hand shook as I reached for it, sweat slicking my palm. I lifted the receiver, pressing it to my ear with a dread I can't put into words. A voice dry as autumn leaves, soft as a death rattle, whispered through the line. For more rules, follow them if you want to see the sun. Then, nothing. Just the hollow hiss of dead air. I stood there, frozen, the dial tone buzzing in my ear, the words replaying in my mind. For more rules. How could that be? The list was supposed to be complete. I turned in a slow circle, searching for some new list, some fresh instructions. But the room offered nothing. No paper, no writing on the walls, no voice guiding me. Was on my own. 5 a.m. crept in, the darkest hour before dawn. And that's when I did the only thing left. I made my own rules. With trembling hands, I scrawled them onto the back of an old delivery slip, each word etched in desperation. Trust your gut. It's the only thing that hasn't lied. Stay in the light. The shadows aren't empty. Never believe the voices, no matter how sweet they sound. When in doubt, run, and don't look back. I sank into the chair, the wrench cold and heavy in my grip, knuckles white as bone. My eyes locked on the door, waiting, watching, counting each second like it might be my last. The night wasn't done with me yet, not by a long shot. And now, the question I have for you. If the rules kept changing, if the night kept stacking the deck against you, would you stay and fight? Or would you run into the dark, not knowing what waited for you? The sun was so close, but so was everything else. At exactly 6 a.m., as if the universe itself decided my time was up. The front door unlocked with a soft, deliberate click. Didn't touch it, didn't move a muscle toward it. It simply swung open on its own, the hinges groaning like a tired spirit set free. And with it came the dawn. Pale sunlight spilled across the threshold, chasing back the shadows that had kept me prisoner through that cursed night. I stood there for a moment, too stunned to breathe, watching the light crawl across the floor, like salvation. And then, like a man stumbling out of the wreckage of a battlefield, I crossed that threshold, boots heavy, body numb. The cool morning air hit my face, and I gulped it down like a man starved for oxygen. I didn't look back. I couldn't. The nightmare was over, or so I thought. Later that morning, after what felt like both an eternity and a blink, I picked up the phone with shaking hands. My mind raced as I dialed the district office, determined to quit, to put this whole godforsaken ordeal behind me. A woman answered, voice brisk and businesslike. Mill Creek Post Office, I began, the words catching in my throat. I'm calling to resign. From the night shift. A pause, then confusion, plain as day, bled through the line. Sir, what office did you say? Mill Creek. Yes, Mill Creek. Another pause, this one longer, heavier. Sir, the Mill Creek office was shut down. It burned in a fire back in '98. There's nothing left there. Hasn't been for over 2 decades. Nobody works there. Her words echoed in my head like a funeral bell. I didn't argue, didn't ask questions. I simply hung up, the receiver, slipping from my grasp, hitting the floor with a hollow clatter that seemed to reverberate through my very soul. I sat there in silence, staring at the wall, feeling the weight of something I couldn't name pressing down on me. I still have the list, the original list, yellowed, creased, its edges brittle as ash. I kept it, though God knows why. Maybe as a warning, maybe as a curse. As for Marvin, gone, vanished like smoke. No one in town remembers him, not a soul. It's as if he never existed at all, as if he was just another phantom conjured by that place. But here's the part that keeps me up at night. The part that lets me know this isn't over, not by a long shot. Every Thursday night, without fail, at 10:03 p.m., I find a letter waiting on my porch. No stamp, no return address, No footsteps leading to it. Just the letter. Every time it says the same thing, week after week, in that same crooked, haunting scroll, ready for another shift. I don't answer, I don't touch it, but the truth is, I know one night I'll have no choice. One night, the rules will come calling again, and next time, I might not be so lucky. So tell me, when the rules come for you, will you be ready, or will you blink? Will you hesitate, and let the night swallow you whole? We're on vacation up north. Something got inside the house. 422 Ambience on the back patio, and I haven't moved in what feels like hours. It won't let me leave, and it won't go away. Every second that I stand here typing and staring at this thing is agony. It keeps its face pressed against the glass, so its large features stretch into this horrible expression. It's inside the house, only a few feet away behind the sliding glass door. I think it came from the woods. I can see past it, past the hallway and the living room. The front door is wide open. Such a fucking idiot. I never lock it back home, but here, in the middle of the forest, I should have known there are worse things than thieves under a COON. It's tall, thin and crooked. Its skin is leathered and splotched. There's patchy hair that withers from its scalp in long black strings. Its hands are gripping the glass, shaking. It's shaking now, and it still hasn't looked away from me. And I can say the same. I can't move. My family is still inside, sleeping, but for some reason I can't move. There's a feeling that if I look away from its bulging eyes for too long, if I lose focus, it'll get me. I'm writing this in case this fucking thing doesn't leave when the sun comes up. I don't know how I know, but I'm certain that when morning comes, this thing will leave me and my family alone. But if it doesn't, then God have mercy on us. 4:4, 6 a.m. It's cold. I'm losing feeling in my toes. The snow I'm standing in has melted into my shoes. I didn't think I'd be outside for this long. Just a quick cigarette and enjoy the northern stars. That was when I saw it. I had just made out the Big Dipper, and in the corner of my eye was this grey line near the top of the sliding glass door. I traced it down, and it was that thing's fucking finger. It was looking at me with its hands in the air like someone surprising a friend at a birthday party. I don't know how long it had been there already. I jumped to my feet, and when I did it, smashed its face into the glass hard enough to crack it near the top. I froze, and it did too. It's huge. My body's telling me that I'm in danger, and the best thing I can do is stay as perfectly still as possible. Just don't move. I remember glancing at the clock before stepping out for the smoke. It was 2:55. I don't know how much longer I can last. The crack in the glass keeps growing. 5:18 a.m. I moved. I couldn't bear it anymore. My entire left foot went numb 10 minutes ago. I tried to lift it and give it a shake to bring the blood back, but I lost my balance. I stumbled back a few steps, and when I looked back up, it was gone. Gone from the sliding door. It too had retreated a few steps back into the house. Back towards the open front door, towards the stairs leading to my sleeping family. It raised one of its fingers towards the ceiling. It must have been 6 inches long. The other hand brought another finger to its thin lips. I understood. I returned to my original spot, and it pushed itself into the glass once again, smearing its face. I can hear the glass cracking. 5:51, can't be much longer now. Sun rises late here, I know that, but surely not later than 6. We aren't that far north. Can't be much longer. Can't be much longer. 6:42, it's taking ages just to type the time. My fingers don't move well, getting hard to keep my eyes open. Where is the dawn? It's still as dark as it was at midnight. It's still watching me, 8:30. My family should be up by now. Back home, we always make sure we're moving bright and early. The wind sounds like voices. It hurts, biting into the back of my legs. Is it horrible that I'm comforted by the fact that I won't feel it when my whole body goes numb? I don't think the sun will ever rise. I think this thing knows that too, because it keeps breaking into these violent, shaking fits, laughing. It's laughing at me. I'm laughing too. I can't stop laughing. I just jolted awake. I was asleep on my feet, on my cold black feet. The sliding glass door looks like a kaleidoscope, all the pretty cracks crisscrossing and splintering. Hope it's not getting too cold in there. I told them where the extra blankets are, but still, I want them to get good sleep. We have a big day of hiking ahead of us. It's smiling at me. It wasn't before, but now I can see layered rows of pearl, white shark teeth, as white as the snow. I can see them well because it's still as dark as it was as midnight, but it can't be much longer now. We aren't that far north. Surely it can't be much longer now. I inspect the Svalbard seed vault in Norway. There are 31 subfloors. Throwaway for obvious reasons. I've tried posting about this on other subs, different accounts, but the posts always get buried or disappear. I know someone here will believe. Me, I work for Nordgen. We do monthly inspections of the Svalbard Global Seed Vault. It's basically a doomsday backup for the world's plant crop life, frozen seeds stored in case of catastrophe. I've been doing this for 6 years. It's routine, humidity checks, air pressure, frost integrity, nothing weird. I do it with a colleague named Ivor from Crop Trust. I've been doing inspections with Ivor for a few years now. He's a good guy, smart, calm, easy to work with. We occasionally hang out after shifts, grab food, shoot the shit. Last month, during a standard inspection, Ivar veered off, said he had to check something and walked through a steel door I swear I'd never seen before. Before it closed, I caught a glimpse of an elevator. Just a single button. Down, I finished my duties and waited. I'm not allowed to leave without him. 10, maybe 15 minutes passed. Eventually, curiosity got the better of me. I opened the door and pressed the button. It took a while, and when it finally opened, the smell was vile. Not cold storage, or mildew rot. Meat left in the sun. The elevator had a full panel, 31 sub-levels. I've never been told there was anything below the vault chamber. The seed banks are all accounted for in the public schematics. So what the hell is all that? Space 4. I backed away. A few minutes later, Ivar came out looking pale, like genuinely sick, like he'd seen something awful. He looked at me, locked eyes, and mumbled something. I said pardon. He spoke just a little louder this time, but trembling. Did you see? The elevator. I hesitated, which made it abundantly obvious. I didn't even get a word out before he screamed. He knows, you fool. I just stood there, frozen. He's never raised his voice to me. He's always been calm, cheerful. We're friends, for fuck's sake. This wasn't him. As we exited the tunnel, I tried to apologize, to ask what was going on. He didn't look at me. I said, Ivor, just talk to me, man, please. He turns towards me, head down, and whispers. Whispers so quietly I could barely hear it. One word, drag. My whole body tensed. Heart raced immediately. That word, I hadn't heard it since I was a kid. My brother used to try and scare me with those dumb old Norse ghost stories, Draugr. The dead who walk beneath the ice. What the fuck is beneath the vault? Are crop trust in on it? Or just either? I can't sleep. My mind is racing. Not sure when. I'll get answers though. My supervisor called last night. Says next month's inspection is postponed. Ivor is missing. As I'm finishing typing this, I see a delivery guy pull into my driveway. Park on the street, you fucking asshole. Envelope. No return address. Inside, just an unlabeled flash drive. Am I dumb enough to put this thing in my computer? Everyone is dead, and I'm no longer in Antarcticas. I write this. It is currently 2226 HRS on April the 3rd of 2025. For now, my name is Rich. I cannot say much about who I work for, other than that I was US-related personnel who had been assigned to a remote research station deep within the East Antarctic Plateau, in the vicinity of Vostok and Concordia Station. I'm leaving this memo in case something were to happen in Antarctica. Nothing drifts, of course, by accident. Not the wind, not the snow, and certainly not the dead. We operated Vireo Station under strict compartmentalization protocols. No satellite uplinks, no GPS, beacons, not even a formal designation in the Antarctic Treaty Registry. It was a black site research outpost, established well outside the operational boundaries of known facilities, far southeast of Vostok Station. The fewer people who knew we existed, the better. That included the ones delivering our lifeline. Our resupply was orchestrated with clinical precision to maintain plausible deniability. We were provided with a sustainment pallet via airdrop every 3 months. The Globemaster pilots flying out of Christchurch were given one simple instruction: drop at coordinates XXS XSE, a dead zone, a patch of polar plateau that, to nearly anyone looking at it on paper, meant nothing. The crews didn't know who or what they were supplying, just that they were to fly a designated corridor under MCON and drop a sealed pallet from altitude at a time stomp, synchronized with satellite overpass windows. The idea was simple. Even if someone intercepted the flight data, saw them on radar, or observed via eyesight, they still wouldn't be able to trace it back to us. My role here was equally I knew nothing of what my other colleagues' business was, just the basics. We were there to do science things. I was the field systems, tech, electrician, diesel mechanic, infrastructure maintenance, comms specialist, everything short of med and bio. Titles like systems, specialist sounded tidy on paper, but in the field, it meant I was the one crawling through snowdrifts with a multimeter in my teeth and a wrench in my glove. When the drop window opened, I was to drive exactly 25 statute miles due true north, 0 by Fluxgate compass from the station's hidden position. GPS devices were explicitly restricted. We had several GD3 OOS locked in the comms rack in a Faraday cage, encrypted and off-network. But they stayed off unless under direct instruction or in case of an extreme, life-threatening emergency. No tracking, no transmissions, no exceptions. The BV-206, a dual cab, articulated tracked carrier designed for deep snow traversal, was our workhorse. The Norwegian Highlands had been retrofitted with a reinforced fuel bladder, insulated cab seals, and a military-grade Arctic preheater. It handled well over uneven snowpack and sastrugi, and its low ground pressure let it float over most drifts. Navigation was done the old-fashioned way: map grid, magnetic bearing, Fluxgate repeater, and a wristwatch. I left mid-morning. Weather forecasts were clean. A minor low-pressure system over Dome C. Nothing unusual. Visibility was sharp. Atmospheric clarity near 100 kilometers. I confirmed my bearing at 0T and engaged low gear. The BV rumbled. Across the ice shelf at a modest 25 kilometers per hour, stabilized by the vehicle's independent torsion bar suspension. It was a straight vector. No deviations, no landmarks. Just the axial drift of the wind and the view of my only safe haven fading behind me. The journey was expected to take 3 hours round trip at most. Retrieve the crate, return, eat, reconstituted stew, no variables. I'd made it, the bright orange. Chute desperately tried to escape the load in the heavy wind. After unsecuring all 6 crates from the roll-off pallet, I hauled them into the rear cabin of the BV, my fingers aching at their weight through my thick mittens. On return, at around kilometer 45, the barometric pressure began to drop faster than forecast. A warm core polar cyclone was forming from the east, surging along a jet stream wobble out of Queen Maud Land. The visibility collapsed from 30 kilometers to 300 meters in under 30 minutes. Whiteout. Whiteout isn't poetic. It's literal. No ground, no sky, just a luminous, depthless void. My visibility was reduced to the arc of the BV's forward halogens, twin cones stabbing into milk. The compass showed 180 Ti, my return vector. I stayed glued to it, like a lifeline. I was blind and at the mercy of chance. I'd stayed directly on course. No margin for drift. Luckily, there wasn't much to crash into out here. Just a couple spots. We'd plotted previously on the map to avoid crevasses, as well as possible hidden bear trunks and rancleffs. The BV groaned against crosswinds, and I kept one hand on the fluxgate repeater, correcting heading in 10-degree bursts as the wind shear pushed me west. All I could do was trust the odometer, correct for any skid slippage, and pray to every mechanical god that the calibration held. By the time I reached the station perimeter, the entire site was ghosted in striplight. The heliostat mounts were buried to their elbows in snow, and the steel frame comes tower swayed ominously. I rounded the thermal outbuilding and coasted to a halt in front of the station airlock. Something was wrong. The main door was sealed now. In Condition 2, the protocol was full lockdown. I knew that, but I also knew my team, Mark Keller and Anja, would have had a live band on the UHF. SOP was to monitor the return frequency. From the moment I left until I was physically back inside, there was no excuse for silence. I keyed the mic. TARS-5. This is Rich. On final approach. Open up. Nothing. I cycled the frequency. Tried the backup. Even triggered the old tone squelch band we used during maintenance cycles. Still nothing. The VHF carrier light blinked green active, but the signal was empty. Comms rack might be iced over, I muttered to myself. Or Keller tried to toast something again. It wasn't a joke. He'd once blown a circuit rerouting power. From the UHF amp to the galley toaster oven, I let the BV idle. The heaters held steady at 38 degrees Celsius. Cabin temps were survivable. I leaned back, gloves off, thermos in hand. Just a few minutes, I thought. Let the wind pass. Then I'd try again. I blinked. When I opened my eyes, it was morning. The BV was silent. The heaters were dead. The cabin air was brittle. Ice had crept across the inside of the windshield, curling like veins. My boots were numb. My fingers, darkening at the knuckles, twitched back into their mittens as I registered what had happened. I'd fallen asleep. The BV had run dry. I was sitting in a block of freezing steel with no combs and a storm still pounding outside. The latch resisted at first. Ice had frozen it shut. I braced and kicked. The door cracked open with a report like a gunshot. Snow blasted in. That's when I saw the tracks. A single set of boot prints, leading to the BV, stopping the drivers. Sighed, already softening under fresh powder. Someone had come. Someone had looked inside and left me. I dropped from the pilot seat into the waist-deep waves drifting up the side of the cold, dead vehicle. The cold burned through my thermals like dry ice. I staggered through the gale, following the marker flags toward the vestibule. The main door was ajar. No light spilled out, just wind and frost, and the faint whine of air moving through a dead vent. I stepped inside and found the station. Silent. Then I smelled blood. The metallic temps hit me just as I rounded the inner vestibule door. It was faint, but unmistakable. I froze. Even beneath the cold, the air carried it acrid, stale, clinging to every surface like a residue of violence. My headlamp cut through the gloom, illuminating scattered papers, a fallen chair, and the mess table. Keller was the first one I saw. I ran to him, nearly slipping on the frosted laminate. The gruesome scene hit me like a truck, eternally seared into my conscience. He was slumped forward across the table, body stiff, face submerged in a broken bowl of now frozen chicken noodle soup. Blood had seeped from a dark hole at his right. Temple and formed an icicle that stretched from his skull, culminating into a frozen crimson puddle on the floor below. A second exit wound populated the back of his right shoulder. His lifeless eyes stared back at me, begging me. I stumbled back, my breath hitched. The station, our remote sanctuary, had become a tomb. Frozen in time, I made my way to the beach step, a battle against disbelief. My boots echoed down the corridor, crunching over shattered glass. The lab door was ajar. Inside, chaos reigned. Equipment was overturned. Sample vials shattered across the floor. Papers were everywhere. Cabinets and compartments raided, as if someone had ransacked the place with purpose. And amid it all, I found the other's Anja was lying on the ground near the centrifuge. Blood pooled beneath her. Her expression was blank, her eyes wide open, frozen in the moment of her death. The exit wound had bled heavily before the sub-zero temperatures stopped everything. Cold, she'd been shot at close range in the back of the head. Blood painted the space before her. Mark was crumpled at the workstation, collapsed over his laptop in his chair. A bullet had torn through his neck, punched through the monitor, and embedded in the wall behind it. One hand still rested on the keyboard, forever paused mid-keystroke. I couldn't breathe. My team, my colleagues, my friends were dead. They had been executed, coldly, efficiently, and judging from the disrupted state of the labs, someone had clearly been looking for something. I backed out of the room slowly. I needed air. I needed to try to restore the power before the generator froze over completely. And I was dead to who knows how long the power was out. Outside, I fought through the wind and reached the generator housing. The genset had been shut down manually. Breakers flipped. Fuel valves closed. Whoever did this didn't just kill, they wanted the station to die. I reprimed the system, flipped the breakers, and cycled the ignition. The generator coughed and sputtered after a few attempts, then roared to life. Power returned in sections. Emergency lighting flickered on. The heaters whined as they started their cycle. The ambient temperature began to climb. but the chill inside me wouldn't leave. I locked the doors behind me. Inside, I went straight to comms. Every attempt to raise help returned static. The emergency satellite relay was offline, sabotaged. The terminal showed clear signs of tampering, connectors yanked, wires clipped. And when I checked the dish itself, the feed horn was grinded clean off. The shortwave CB still had power. I tried transmitting on emergency bands. I received nothing. Then I noticed the missing gear. The GD300s were gone. All of them. I returned to the lab and took inventory. Files were missing. Cabinets emptied. Sample containers, especially those labeled from site, Delta were broken or gone entirely. Whoever came wasn't just cleaning house. They were targeting something. Information, data, evidence. The storm lingered for days, oscillating between shrieking gales and deceptive calms that lulled me into hoping it might finally pass. I kept the station sealed and subsisted on the cache of rations from the most recent supply drop, shelf-stable MREs, powdered soups, vacuum-sealed snacks, the usual lineup tailored for long-haul missions in isolated conditions. Virio's pantries had been stocked for a crew of 4. Hauled the near 35 kilograms crates from the supply drop back inside through 3 feet of snow myself. I calculated that I had enough caloric resources to last me nearly 12 months if I rationed. Properly, the station felt larger now, not in any physical sense. The modular structure was still a prefab steel skeleton atop stilts, anchored into the permafrost, but in spirit. With my crewmates gone, every corridor echoed. Every door I opened whispered grief. The bodies had begun to thaw, though I'd restored the station's primary heat loop and localized HVAC systems. I'd sealed off unused compartments to conserve power. The makeshift morgue, formerly the mechanical storage annex, was too insulated to keep the ambient temperature low enough. The smell had begun to creep into adjacent compartments, a grim reminder of entropy reclaiming order. I took an afternoon, grim and cold, to wrap each of them in thermal mylar and stuff them into surplus sleeping bags. One by one, I carried their remains out into the white. There was a flat patch behind the generator shack where snow accumulated less readily. I used a folding entrenching tool and dug 3 shallow trenches into the permafrost, just enough to lay them side by side. I left markers, simple laminated ID tags on stakes. Thinking back, I may not have even known their real names. With the crew buried and the wind howling outside, I kept to my routine. Morning diagnostics on the generator, voltage checks on the UPS battery rack, thermal readings from the HAB modules. I ran each system through its test cycles manually. The old ways kept me sane. Then, on the 8th day, the generator failed. It didn't sputter. It didn't warn me with flickering lights or a coolant alarm. It just stopped. I heard the change before I saw it. The station had a particular hum when fully operational. A subtle vibration that carried through the floor plates. When it died, it felt like someone had sucked all the energy from the air. I was halfway, through thawing a meal packet when the lights dimmed and the blower fans went silent. I sprinted to the power module. The 30 kilowatts genset was dark. I checked fuel, half a tank, oil level, good. Battery, fully charged. The control panel threw a general fault, but gave no error code. I began a manual inspection. Fuel filter, clean. Fuel line, no obstruction. Fuel pump, silent. I bled the line, reprimed, tried to restart. Nothing, the solenoid engaged. But the starter didn't crank. I bypassed the ignition relay with a jumper wire. A risky move in any condition, but necessary. Still nothing. I opened the access panels and felt along the injector rail. Cold, dead. It was as if the entire engine block had seized, despite regular preheater cycles and no prior signs of mechanical stress. With limited tools and no spare components beyond filters, belts, and fluid, I was out of options. The genset was down hard. The solar array, a modest bank of PV panels ground-mounted at the north side of the station, could only supply about 300 watts during peak twilight, just enough to trickle-charge essential systems and provide minimal lighting. The battery inverter rack still held a decent charge, and I could stretch it by shutting down all non-essential modes. I turned my attention back to the comms rack. The satellite uplink was a loss, connectors severed, circuit boards fried with an unknown, sticky liquid. The coaxial runs had been removed cleanly from their couplings, not yanked cut. Whoever did this clearly had a precise understanding of the system architecture. I stripped back the primary line, rerouted bypass power from the UPS, and jumped the feed into the auxiliary port. Nothing. No initialization. No signal lock. The modem was dead. The backup control board had burned scoring across its terminals and hairline fractures in the SMD components. All I had left was the shortwave CB and the handheld. I keyed up and tried transmitting across every emergency band I could. HF, UHF, legacy Antarctic field ops frequencies. Even maritime and aviation SAR channels, carrier present. Dead air, no one was listening, or maybe rather, no one could hear me, and then I made the call. I'd prepped the Higlands Vostok station was APPROXIMATELY 402 statute miles southwest, across a hellscape of sastrugi and open plateau. It was the only manned facility within range other than Concordia, Russian operated and well equipped. I could only pray they didn't mind a stray American .CONCORDIA was technically closer, but there was no way in. Overwinter crews go into full lockdown, no ingress, no egress. Even in an emergency, they wouldn't break isolation. It's not heartless, it's survival. Opening the station during winter risks internal contamination, and exposing the crew to pathogens or unknowns they're not equipped to handle. With no air access or traversable supply route mid-season, it might as well have been on the moon. The only reason we could move outside during winter is because Vireo wasn't a traditional overwinter station. We weren't built for long-term habitation. No pressurized clean room, no medical containment, no psychological screening protocols. We didn't have the same biosecurity concerns because, officially, we weren't even there. If one of us died, no one asked questions. Concordia. That place is under constant international scrutiny. Vireo was different. Disposable.vostok was farther, shore, and Russian operated, which raised questions, but I couldn't see a reason they'd risk killing us personnel over whatever the hell they may have wanted here. And if I was going to make it out alive, it had to be somewhere, anywhere, with a working link to the outside world. Vostok was the only shot I had. I ran through the loadout checklist, line by line. Fuel topped off, 4 reserve jerrycans, loaded and secured in the aft module. MREs, snacks, and sealed water bricks packed. Jet boil and propane. 2 sleeping systems, double layered with thermal liners. Ice axe, a shovel, pick, and other tools. 3 days of batteries in a vacuum-lined thermal case for my headlamp and flashlight. Trust me, you'd regret it if they got wet or too cold. Emergency HF whip and trailing wire antenna mounted to the roof rail, etc. The old machine was idling smoothly now, engine block purring under a preheater cycle. I checked the fluxgate compass, zeroed the heading to 189.61, my intended track to Vostok from our current position, and did one more exterior check of the rig before my departure. I climbed into the operator's seat, sealed the door, and eased the rig forward. The treads bit into the hardened drift, and I left Virio, station behind, into the cold, alone, and headed straight into the unknown. Roughly 2 hours into the drive, the rig's front lift tracked through tension. I didn't need a warning light. I felt the shift immediately through the chassis, a sluggish veer to the left, followed by an audible slap and grind that cut through the low drone of the engine. I killed the throttle and eased to a stop. I dismounted into the crunch of firm, wind-packed snow, the cold cutting instantly through the seams in my jacket. Light levels were low, unending dim twilight, casting the world in a silver-grey hue. The ambient band of light along the horizon barely perceptible from the rest of the icebound sky. Polar twilight, perpetual dusk, no sun, no stars, just endless horizon and shadow. I crouched down beside the track assembly, a thrown idler or snapped guide link, maybe. The entire lead segment of the portside track was loose, having detract. Around the front bogie, dragged along at tension by the rear module, catastrophic enough to halt any serious forward movement. I swore loud into the muffled wind. I could idle, I could even keep warm, but any further travel was shot unless I wanted to break out the tools and spend hours under a half-ton steel. Undercarriage in -40°C wind chill, with no help if something slipped and took a finger. And that's when I saw it, a glow, soft, blue, static, roughly 2 miles out, by my estimation, low on the horizon, barely visible through a light veil of blowing surface snow. At first I thought it might be the aurora on the horizon, but it was localized, to steady. It was a ground source. Help, maybe. I climbed back into the BV, fetched the binoculars, and propped my elbows on the dash. No radio towers, no structures, just a single, low, steady point of bluish-white light. I checked the map again, fanned out on the rear seat. According to every known coordinate plotted on the Vostok route vector, there shouldn't be anything out here. No weather station, no field camp, no markers or terrain features at all. Just bare glacial plateau. I switched on the onboard CB. Any station this net. Any station this net. This is TARS-5 on mobile. How you mean? Over. TARS-5 was the designated calcine we used for any long-range or unsecure radio transmissions. If required for emergency use, officially, unofficially, it stood for Temporary Atmospheric Research Shelter, a generic label used to mask the station's true purpose under a plausible civilian research designation. Static. Nothing but the hollow wash of carrier noise. I hesitated, then packed a day pack, slung on my outer shell, and stepped back into the wind. Conditions weren't terrible. Wind steady at 5 to 10 knots from the east, with visible low stratiform buildup on the horizon. Maybe 5 miles out, maybe less. I gave myself an hour to walk out, recon the light, and return. I left the BV running, battery warmed, alternator cycling, cabin temp at 30°C. I topped off the tank manually, cracked the valve on the reserve jerrycan, to compensate, and then marked my departure point manually with reflective, fluorescent survey tape on a tall wooden stake, and began my walk. It was probably overkill with the obvious bright lights on the rig and all, but if a whiteout swallowed the BV while I was still within walking distance, I wasn't going to guess my way back through 30-knot winds if it lost power again. Though even still, it would come down to luck. I moved fast. The snow was light and dry, the sort of grainy surface, accumulation that made snowshoes practically worthless. Every step sank to just below the knee. I adjusted my gait accordingly, breathing steadily, maintaining heat output without sweating. The wind bit at the gaps around my goggles. The light ahead remained unchanged. At about the 10-minute mark, I began to notice more of them. Other lights did first, just a second, maybe a third point of illumination, then more, spaced irregularly along the surface, each casting the same eerie blue halo into the ice and snow. At 36 minutes, I reached the first, about 2.5 miles from the rig, a cube, roughly 1 meter by 1 meter, perfectly proportioned, featureless. Its surface was pure white, not just painted, but impossibly white, albeit near 100%. A thick mist clung to its surfaces, like vapor rolling across dry ice. It sat flush with the ice below, grounded, UNMOVING. I walked a slow circle around it, reaching out just short of contact, pulling my hand away quickly. No seams, no ports, no panels, nothing. I was scared to touch it. Dumbfounded, the glow had no visible source, nor did its thick mist. My watch was dead. I pulled it back inside my glove, tapped it. Nothing. Screen black. No frost, no damage, just inert. I glanced north. The BV was still visible, a warm yellow pinprick in the distance. I could still make it back. The storm hadn't reached me yet. I began my return back, defeated, extremely confused, and quite unsettled. Though I wanted to investigate further, I knew I needed to leave and head back towards the rig if I wanted to beat the storm. I heard it first, a sharp, high-pitched tone, just at the edge of perception. It pierced the air like a sustained whine, mechanical yet organic, almost like white noise, except it wasn't. It was layered, unnatural, vibrating in my teeth. I stopped dead in my tracks, chest tightening, my ears throbbed, and then, instinctively, whipped back around, and the cube was gone in its place. A hole, I walked back towards whatever this was, the noise growing louder with each step, perfectly square, 1 meter by 1 meter, no disturbed snow around it, just a seamless void in the ground, a negative space, like a pixel removed from our reality. No depth, just endlessness. From it came the noise, high-pitched, electrical, layered with something deeper. A rumble buried in the frequency. I stepped closer. Inside was sky, not like the sky above me, but bright daylight summer sky. Clouds, blue, depth, sunshine. It was peaceful, like someone had cut a square in the ice and opened a window into an entirely different place. I felt nausea rise in my gut. Not vertigo, something else. My balance shifted. The pressure in my ears changed, like descending rapidly in a pressurized aircraft. I stumbled back, away from the edge. The snow had begun to fall, and I turned, ran, the noise fading as I gained ground. The snow whipped harder now, the wind's velocity increasing. The warm glow of the BV slipping in and out of view, obscured by powder and looming darkness. Then came the sound, an explosion, not concussive, not airburst, electrostatic, like the sky tearing open by a live amperage, the world illuminated behind me. I turned again. The cubes, all of them, were erupting, shafts of blinding white light firing vertically into the atmosphere, cutting clean through the clouds, illuminating the dense snow-like stadium floodlights. Panic took over. I sprinted. The terrain was gone, obliterated by snow and noise and light. My chest burned. My lungs clawed for air. My scarf soaked through and froze in layers. I coughed, choked, vomited into my mask. The rig was gone, lost. Swallowed whole, I fell to my knees, defeated, and there rising from the snow in front of me, another dot, slow, silent, steam rolling off its surface like breath from an unseen mouth. It was identical to the first, unmarred, impossible, divine. Geometry. I crawled towards it hand over hand through the drifts. The cold crept into my joints, my spine, my soul. I stared at the anomaly a foot or two in front of me, studied it through the curtain of wind and snow. Slowly, I slid my right glove off, reaching out, fingers bare now, burning in the negative temperatures. My hand shook as I extended it, inch by inch. The whirlwind I find myself at peace with now enveloped me in entropy. I've accepted my fate, my final moments. This is it. This is how I die, face to face with impossible death. Relief from the frozen desert, the cube illuminating my outstretched arm and naked hand. The surface met my palm, and I vanished. A flash of bright white light. Silence, peace, nothing, darkness. Moments later I woke. The first thing I felt was the heat. Thick, dry, and utterly alien. My body violently shaking from the sudden change in temperature. My face was pressed into coarse sun-baked soil. The scent of wheat and dust thick in my nose. I blinked into a brilliant blue sky framed by golden stalks swaying in the breeze, the wind warm against the back of my neck. Everything was too loud. Insects chirping, distant crows calling, the whisper of thousands of dry heads of grain brushing against each other, and a slight ringing in my ears that slowly faded. I hurled once more. My parka clung to me like a wet tarp. I was still in full gear, every zipper and strap accounted for, my boots sinking slightly into loamy, fertile earth. I pushed myself up slowly, the weight of my pack unfamiliar in this heat, my breath ragged disorientation, disbelief, shock, I, turned in place. There was no snow, no cubes, no station, no ice. No Higlands, just field after endless field of wheat, stretching as far as I could see, broken only by a rusted barbed wire fence and a pale white water tower far in the distance. I staggered backward a few steps, nearly tripping over the only mark left behind a patch of scorched earth beneath where I had lain, perfectly etched into the soil. My hands still burned. Looked down at my one gloveless palm, half expecting my skin to be gone. But it was there, red, raw, shaking, the anomaly still imprinted in my nerves. I checked my radio, fried. I looked at my wristwatch, still blank. I was somewhere else now, somewhere real, somewhere wrong. A killer near my town is stealing people's voices. I joined the hunt to find them and walked into a nightmare. The thing was back, and it was time for another hunt. I didn't know if we would find what we were looking for, but we had to try. We had to do something, because it was killing us. One by one, life by life. It was bleeding us, and soon no one would be left to stop it. I lived in a small rural town of little significance. As for where it was, I won't disclose that here. Suffice to say, you may have passed it by, but I doubt you have ever been there. That is for the best, since it means you are safe. Safely away from the danger that still torments the region. The danger that is tied to the town from some unknown chapter of the past. It had been there before, 8 years ago. It came to our little town in the past and bled us. No one knew what it really was. No one knew exactly how long it has preyed upon. Our town. Stories insist it was here before even that, but few still alive can say for sure. I suppose the entire history no longer mattered. What mattered was the danger its existence posed to us and what we could do to finally stop it. Last time, it killed 21 people. A militia led by the sheriff was formed to try and fight back, but at the time I had to stay behind. I was only 12, and I remember my dad and my older brother leaving to try to hunt down and stop this thing that was hunting us. They never came back, and my family, like many others, had to endure and survive the loss in silence. The thing, whatever it was never stopped. Supposedly, it was hurt, and it left. It left us alone for over 8 years, until just recently, when it had come back. An assembly had been called after the first deaths occurred, and those who knew about the last incident had been quick to act. Volunteers had been called to organize a hunt based on the limited knowledge we had about the being that stalked us. I was too young back when it showed up last, when it slaughtered my family members. This time, though, I could help. This time, I could fight. It was the night of the hunt. I left to join the others just after 8 p.m. It was still light outside, but not for much longer. I walked down the street feeling weighed down by the equipment I was carrying. I came around a corner and saw Jenny and Kyle's house. I slowed my pace as I walked and winced at the sounds coming from inside. I had grown up with them, and like many of the other kids my age, we were very close. The tight-knit relationship in a small town with shared grief made me feel their pain as keenly as if it were my own. In many ways it was. Their father had been killed just 2 nights ago. Their mother's sobbing could be heard inside. We all knew what had killed him. We all knew that the thing had returned. 8 people already dead, and the number was rising. It reminded me of my own father and brother all those years ago when we thought we had gotten rid of it. My heart went out to the whole family. That night I prayed there would be some measure of justice served. Most of the people would stay indoors, unwilling to enter the dark woods that all accounts claimed the thing resided in. I did not blame them. It was the smart thing to do. Yet I did wish our group was larger. I swallowed back the nerves and pressed on. We had to hope and trust that our sheriff, the one who survived, would be able to track this thing down and destroy it once and for all. I kept walking toward the meeting place at the outpost on the border of the forest. That was where I was supposed to meet the others that would participate in the hunt. I heard a voice call out to me, and I spun around and leveled my shotgun at the sound. A reflex, since you could never be too careful, even if it sounded like a friend calling out to you. I saw it was Jenny. She had an ill-fitting jacket and hood on, and was carrying a large hunting rifle. When I saw her, I lowered my own weapon, and she whispered to me, "Sorry to startle you. I have not been in a good headspace since the other day. I can't believe this is all real. Anyway, Kyle is already there. I was just trying to help my mom. Before I left, she is not taking any of this well, but I told her that Kyle and I have to do this. "It's okay," I responded, showing her a glimmer of a smile as I whispered back, "Are you sure you are up for this?" She paused and looked around and then toward the forest in the distance. "Yes, that thing cannot keep taking people. Who knows who will be next?" Her voice started to rise, and I had to keep myself from too harshly hissing at her. "Cest," she nodded her head, and I felt bad, but we had to be careful, right now especially. We walked together in silence. In a different time, we might have had a lot to talk about, but not that night, not so close to Dark Dot. At the outpost, we were greeted by 5 others. Each wore a similar jacket and brightly colored rings on the sleeve to indicate that we were in the hunter cadre. We all had various firearms, and Clyde, who I recognized despite his mask, due to his large frame, even had a hunting crossbow. We whispered greetings to each other. We had all volunteered for this hunt. Each of us had lost somebody. The town's population was dwindling again, and we knew we had to do something before it was too late. We could not allow this thing to keep slaughtering us. The sheriff was there, preparing the equipment. He was tall and imposing in a heavy greatcoat and strapped down with a small arsenal of weapons. Not only was Steve the town's sheriff, but he had led the previous hunt into the woods. His face bore a ragged scar across the right eye and down the cheek. That mark still looked bad years after the thing we were hunting had apparently given it to him in exchange for a wounding of its own. He had claimed that whatever it was, if it could be hurt, then it could be killed, despite his professed fear of going back in there. He had promised if the thing returned, he would lead the next hunt and the next until it could be stopped. True to his word, he was determined to lead our group this time. He looked us all over and nodded his head, then handed out a small folded note to each of us. We all read the instructions on the note and were given 5 minutes to commit every Step 2, memory. I examined the paper and read the rules of the hunt once more, though I could recite them from memory by then. Rule 1. Stay together. It will try and isolate us. It preys upon stragglers. Keep a tight formation. Rule 2. Do not panic. It uses fear as a weapon against us. We can hurt it. We have before. It knows this, but it is clever and will try to use our fears against us. Do not let it. Rule 3. We are hunting just after nightfall. It only shows itself at night. We could never find it in the day, but early on, at night, it seems to be weaker, more sluggish. Whether it is dead or not, we are returning before 2 a.m. In the dead of night, it seems to move faster, and it will likely overwhelm the group. Rule 4. Always keep a light on you. A strong flashlight, a headlamp, hell, a torch, if that's what you want to bring. Hunting in the dark, this might seem obvious, but do not let the moonlight or your eyes adjusting trick you into thinking you can rely on night vision out here. The thing is hard to see even when exposed to light. You will never see it before. It's too late if you try to eyeball it. Rule 5. The absolute, critical and most important rule of all. Keep your mouth shut. No speaking at all. You will compromise the entire group if you do. Not even whispering, unless it absolutely can't be helped when we are out there. Use the hand signals. Use your lights and paper and pen if you really can't use the sign language. If you hear a voice, stay on guard and move with extreme caution. It might not be who or what you think it is. I put the paper back in my pocket and Steve looked at the group, nodded and waved us on. We formed into a line just as we had practiced before. Without a word spoken, we walked into the shadowed forest, just as the last faint light of the sun crept behind the horizon. We marched on in silence, Only the soft patter of our careful tread and the occasional snapping of twigs or clatter of small rocks being disturbed heralded our movement. I nervously regarded my comrades as we walked on, in an orderly line. There were 7 of us in total. Myself, Jenny and Kyle, Clyde, Steve, Cody and Terry. I did not know all of their stories, but I knew what we were here to do. I kept repeating the instructions in my head, like a mantra to cling onto as the shadows closed in. We were out there with a predator that would likely be hunting us, just as we were hunting it. Failure was not an option. We marched for around 40 minutes. No signs of anything out there but us. Honestly, I was not sure what we were searching for. Steve never mentioned if it had a lair or something we could track it by. The bright lights all around us, from the varied flashlights, lamps and other devices, made me feel slightly better, though it limited what we could see in the distance. I considered that we might not be looking for something so much as listening for something, based on how Steve's ears perked to every sound of the forest. Suddenly we stopped as Steve held out a hand. He gestured for us to look down and to the right of our path. He motioned for Clyde and Terry to stay where they were and cover our backs, while the rest of us knelt down beside him to see what he had found. He had somehow spotted a strange-looking piece of flesh. It almost looked membranous, like the wings of a bat. The pieces seemed to be all around a small trail of liquid, which we soon saw with the light of our lamps was a dark reddish-brown color. We took a few steps further into the brush and found an arm sticking out. We all looked nervously at each other, and Steve grabbed the arm and pulled it free of the vegetation. The sight was horrifying. The body was what was left of Miss Timmons, a teacher at the local elementary school. Jenny looked away, and everyone tried to muffle gasps and outbursts of emotion. Steve looked back and glared at us as if he expected someone to cry out in alarm, but his withering stare kept all of us quiet. He stood back up and waved over to Clyde and Terry to rejoin us, then continued to lead the way out of the brush, leaving behind the mauled body of Miss Timmons. I resolved to tell her husband we found her and try to give her a proper burial, if we made it out of there ourselves. I looked at the dim glow of my watch as we silently marched. It was almost 10 p.m. It felt like the night was pressing in around us, and I shivered at the cold and the knowledge that our time was running out. There was a loud howl of a wolf, and it nearly startled us into motion as it broke the silence of the forest. Steve held out his hand and shook his head, and we all calmed down and marched on. After a short while, Clyde held up a hand and made what I think was a gesture indicating he had to take a bathroom break. Steve glowered at him but nodded and instructed Cody to go with him. We sat in the small clearing and watched, and listened for anything that might be out there, while Clyde found a suitable spot. By the sound of splashing liquid on a tree, he was not too far away. He turned and started walking back. As he was walking, he slipped and caught himself, but dropped his crossbow. The weapon made a loud banging sound as it rebounded off a nearby rock. We all turned to him and glared, while all our lights were trained on him and around the woods behind him. He froze for a moment, then looked at us, shrugged apologetically, and bent down to pick up the fallen weapon. As he bent down, this time there was a snapping sound, like the air was being agitated by a cracking whip. Clyde tripped again, and this time fell flat on his back. As he fell, we heard him cry out and try and stifle his surprise, but we distinctly heard him right as he fell. Shit, ... Oh no, wait, ... He turned bright red and stopped talking as he sat hunched over. We waited for a moment, like the sky was going to fall and the tension was palpable. When nothing happened, we looked to Steve, whose face was a stone mask. He showed no expression but just shook his head and put his finger to his lips. We waited for at least 5 minutes, teeth clenched, weapons aimed in all directions around us, as if the forest would come alive and descend upon us any moment. I swear I heard an almost imperceptible rumble in the distance. Back in the direction we had come from, Kyle held up a hand and pulled out a notepad and started writing. Steve continued to look at us impassively. Kyle showed us all the notes. It is getting late. We need to find that thing and stop it. A few others nodded their heads, but Jenny and I looked at each other and were not so anxious to continue. We did not know what would happen, but if it was there, it had heard us now. Steve pulled out his pistol and aimed it at us, and then back the way we were walking. He was not leaving anything to chance. We started walking on and were struggling to regain our path back the way we had come. Our tracks had vanished somehow, and when we tried to retrace them, we found that we might be lost. Steve was still quiet, but he started to get a manic look in his eyes, like he was about to go into a rage, but did not want to acknowledge his anger to us. We started moving faster. A slow panic began to take root, and I had to force myself to breathe steadily and not break into a run. It felt like something really bad was about to happen as we moved along. A thundering blast of wind rushed through the trees and nearly knocked us off our feet. I reached out to grab Jenny and keep her from falling, and I heard flashlights and lamps clatter to the ground. Steve started looking around frantically, and suddenly I heard Clyde again. Shit, dot. I couldn't believe he was talking again. After the last time, and I looked at him along with the others as he stood there, holding onto a tree and his light. He had not been hit hard enough by the force of the strange gust to knock him or anything he was holding down. I was confused. Why had he been exclaiming? As the rest of us stared in anger and accusation, Clyde held up his hands and shook his head like he was denying he had just spoken again. That was the first time it struck. Before we could register, something else was wrong. We heard another rush of air, and then a scream from somewhere else. What the ... help. Oh God, help. Shoot. It. We all turned around to see the source of the sound. Turning away from Clyde and back to the front of the line, Cody was gone. Steve's eyes grew wide and he held up a hand and moved it around in a circle, indicating we should form up. Terror gripped me, but I managed to take up position between Jenny and Terry. We aimed our guns and lights into the deep shadows of the trees beyond and collectively held our breath. For a minute everything was silent. No one moved an inch. I felt like I was holding on to the same breath I had taken before it all happened. Then we heard it. Help, please. My leg is broken. It is out here. Help me before it comes back. Kyle and Terry started to move, but Steve grabbed their shoulders and stared them down. He shook his head slowly and pointed out in the direction Cody's voice was coming from and made a cutting gesture across his neck. We all understood the morbid signal. Cody was dead. Steve pulled out a small cassette player and looked over to a clearing where Cody's flashlight had fallen. He stared intently in that direction, and though it was hard to make out, I swear I saw something agitating the brush near the fallen light. Steve signaled for us to take aim. He pressed the button and threw the small cassette player into the clearing, and we heard the recorded voice of Steve shouting, "Where are you? Come on out. We are here to help." There was a rustling and motion in the trees, as if something huge was moving toward us at immense speed. It broke out of the brush like a lightning bolt and landed in the faint light of the fallen flashlight, flattening the recorder in the process. For a moment, I was paralyzed. Even the fleeting glimpse of its giant body was too terrible to describe. Just shifting, undulating flesh, warping and refracting the light and darkness. I was knocked back to my senses when I heard a clap, followed by the thunder of Steve's gun going off. The shot was the signal for the rest of us, and we broke out of the terrified daze and began firing into the area wildly. The amorphous mass of moving flesh and shadow shrieked and surged into the darkness of the tree line again, and Steve followed. Behind, trying to bring the thing back into the light of his own flashlight. He swung his arm, ordering us to follow. I started to move, but Terry froze. I saw him pointing his light into the distance. We saw an odd shifting and bending of the lights that were shining on the brush, and then we heard Cody speak again. Heads up. Suddenly, Terry was thrown off his feet by a fast-moving object striking him in the chest. Kyle and I helped him up as fast as we could, but when we looked down near where he had fallen, we had to suppress screams of our own. It was Cody's severed head. We tried to suppress the horror and the grisly sight before us, and we helped Terry to his feet. When he was standing on his own, he did not move. He just stood there, mouth agape. He was in some sort of shock or panic-induced paralysis. Steve was desperately trying to get us to stay together, but also follow him in pursuit of the monster. His face was turning red with his inability to bellow the command to charge ahead. He furiously waved us on, and once he noticed a few of us following, he surged ahead to find and kill the thing while he had a chance. Kyle looked at us, then at Steve, and charged ahead to follow him. Clyde followed the other men, and I looked. At Jenny and Terry, I snapped my fingers and mouthed the words, "We need to stay together. Come on." Terry was not looking at me, and I tried to get his attention without speaking. Jenny took a step forward and reluctantly followed her brother, regarding me with a desperate and pained expression. I did not want to be left by the group, but I also did not want to leave Terry behind. I shook his shoulders, and then he started crying, first softly and then a full sob. I hated myself for what I had to do then. I slapped him in the face and tried to pull him along, but he broke free and just bent down and held onto Cody's head. He looked at me as I tried to back away from him slowly. The last thing I heard from Terry were a few mumbled words. "This was a mistake. We are all going to die out here. I'm sorry, Cody." Then he was gone. The thing moved so fast I couldn't draw a bead on it to try and shoot. I could not stop it from taking him. Cody was gone, and so was the creature. Worse still, I was alone now. I had to find the others before it found me. I slowly and quietly moved back the way I thought I had seen everyone else run. My heart was hammering and my palms were sweating. I gripped the shotgun with terrified energy, hoping the weapon would give me a small feeling of safety. I began to hear things as I moved. I thought I heard someone calling out again. My blood froze when I realized it sounded like Cody. His voice cried out. He was begging for help. I knew it was not him, but it sounded exactly like him. The nightmarish plea was cut short by another shot ringing out in the forest. My ears perked up, and I hoped I knew the direction the others were in now. I started to move faster, trying to catch up with the rest of the group, or at least whoever was still alive. I heard 2 more shots fired, and I broke into a sprint, the swaying light from the flashlight making it hard to see far enough ahead to stay on what I hoped was the path. Intermittent gunfire continued, and I was able to follow it to a clearing where I saw a figure hunched over near a tree. I cautiously approached and saw it was Clyde. I figured he must have gotten separated from the group. Fear still gripped me. As I approached and I began to doubt my senses, he stood up and I heard him whisper something. "Help, I'm hurt, bleeding, I need help, please, ... I stared at him for a moment and was about to get our first aid kit and help. Then I noticed an odd detail when I shinned the light on him. It looked like Clyde, but the armband he had was the wrong color. His voice too sounded weirdly guttural. I paused, and I swear I saw a small shift in his eyes. They momentarily lost color, a flash of dull white, before returning to the normal shade of green dot. Then I saw that Clyde had a rifle beside him, resting against the tree. I knew he had brought a crossbow. I had seen enough. I carefully raised the shotgun and tried to conceal the mounting tension of my next action. Clyde, or rather what was taking on his appearance, blinked rapidly until suddenly his eyes blinked horizontally and he began to emanate a disturbing hissing sound. That was more than I needed. I fired the shotgun and the pellets struck the flashing image of the thing as it lunged at me. The creature wailed in pain and the monstrous form missed me by a hair as I fell back and rolled away. It crashed into the brush and ran, leaving a trail of hideous-smelling ichor behind. I tried to catch my breath and stood back up. I saw the blood or fluid that it contained had a disturbing, translucent quality that seemed to absorb and redirect light. I wondered for a moment if it used this bizarre fluid to alter its surrounds and its appearance. Whatever the case, it did not matter. I had hurt it, somehow. Like Steve had said, if it could be hurt, it could be killed. I was still alone, but I felt slightly emboldened since I was still alive. Yet that rush faded when I considered what it might try next. I knew I had to regroup with the others. I moved at a steady pace, trying to remain quiet, while also trying to hurry and find the others. I could barely keep track of the direction I was moving. My eyes darted to every possible angle it could strike again from. I looked at my watch and saw it was after midnight. It was getting closer to the time where the creature's power waxed at. Had almost killed me twice, and had killed Cody and who knows who else. We were losing. We had to stop it soon, or risk being ripped apart in the dead of the night. As I moved on, I heard more gunfire and knew that the rest of the group had found it again. I followed the sound just like before and saw a large clearing. In the dim light of the moon, I found Jenny. At least what I hoped was Jenny. She was frantically pointing her gun at every direction at once. I was not sure how to safely get her attention. She looked manic and terrified. I decided to pump the shotgun, and the mechanical sound drew her attention. I held my hands up, and she let a ragged breath out when he saw me. I tried to get her to move closer so I could see behind her and cover her, but she shook her head. Instead, she held up a hand and pointed toward the trees to the north. Suddenly a voice called out, and she snapped back to aiming at the woods, and in a trembling voice. She spoke, "Daddy, is that really you?" I froze in fear when I heard her speak. I was worried she had gone crazy, but then a voice answered her. "Jenny, baby, is that you? Help me. This thing, it took me away. I think it's going to kill me. Please, you have to save me." The voice was horribly like her father, down to the exact detail. But he was gone, taken in the first days of the creature's return. The thing we were hearing couldn't be him. Jenny did not look so convinced. The sound of the voice, the desperation in the plea. She wanted to save her father. There was a horrible pause, and I prayed that she would not believe the lying shadow. She took a trembling step forward, and the barrel of her rifle lowered slightly. I stood beside her in a flash and leveled the shotgun at the darkness of the trees where the ghostly whispers were emerging from. I shook my head at her and silently pleaded with her to remember what was happening. She blinked twice, and the desperate confusion and hope for saving her father vanished. Reality reasserted itself in her mind. She backed away and leveled her weapon, as well as if in silent agreement. Then we both fired simultaneously. The shots echoed out, and we heard the monstrous bulk of the creature barge out of the way, knocking down a small tree as it fled. It shrieked, and the discordant echo, if its wail changed from an inhuman tone to the crying screams of several different people, many of which we recognized. The terror of the moment had passed, and Jenny started crying softly to herself. I embraced her, and we waited for a moment. I held her head to my shoulder to both comfort her and muffle the sound in case the creature came back and heard us. I know this is horrible, but we have to move on. We have to find the others and stop this thing before it is too late. She wiped the tears from her eyes and took a deep breath. I know. I just can't believe he is gone. I wanted to hope somehow he was still alive. Let's go. We have to find my brother and the others. I nodded my head, and we walked back into the darkness, flashlights seeking a trail that would lead us to them. As we hurried along, we feared the worst as the forest had grown silent again. No gunfire meant that no one was in imminent danger, or it meant that they had been killed and the guns had fallen silent another way. We saw a glimmer of hope in the sky at just after 1 a.m. A bright red light tore through the dark night, and we knew that Steve had fired off the flare gun that he had brought. Now at least, we had a direction. We moved with all haste to try and regroup with the others. We had almost made it back to the outskirts of town, and we could see the river and the sawmill beyond. We thought maybe Steve was trying to bring us there to regroup. We heard another echoing screech in the forest, and the overwhelming din of many voices calling out from everywhere at once. Jenny and I had to cover our ears to not be overwhelmed. We broke into a run towards the sawmill, but saw figures standing outside as we approached. We hoped whoever was there was really there, and it was not a trick. Suddenly, we heard a softer voice, a whisper, calling out a name. Jenny, is that you? Where are you? Come on, just make a sign. Do something. It was Kyle. We both heard him. But he was talking to someone in the other direction from where we were arriving. Kyle, please, over here. They are all dead. It got them all. It hurt me. Please, Kyle, help. To our horror, we heard Jenny's voice, calling out to Kyle from the tree line. Jenny turned pale. She watched her brother carefully walking toward the tree line to save what he thought was her. I started to run, but Jenny, who must have figured that the thing already had her voice, decided to call out in desperation, Kyle. No, that's not me. It was too late though. Moments after acknowledging the voice of his sister from behind him, the trap had worked, and the creature was upon him in a flash. He was dragged into the darkness with only a muffled scream and single shot fired wide into a tree. Jenny screamed again as her brother was taken away. I rushed to her and covered her mouth and tried to carry her along to the sawmill. She broke down again, unable to cope with another family member being slaughtered. She was nearly catatonic, and I saw it was at least 200 feet or so, too. The mill, we still had to move, but the thing could strike again. I saw motion outside the mill, and a figure bolted toward us. It looked like Steve and I reached for the shotgun. The figure put a finger to its lips and made a signal with his hands. I did not have much time to doubt. It was almost 2 a.m., and the thing was growing bolder in its attacks. It looked like the real Steve, and he helped me take Jenny into the sawmill. We closed the door and I let out an exhausted breath as I sat Jenny down near a workbench. Steve was bleeding from several wounds and looked like he had been shot as well. A ragged hold was in his side and it was still bleeding. I wanted to ask him what we could do, but he held up a hand and pointed to the roof. I realized what he meant and knew that the thing was up there. It knew we were there and was likely planning on breaking in through the roof or some other point of ambush to finish the rest of us off. We did not have much time, and I broke out my paper and started writing before I could finish a sentence. Steve was pointing to the main line of the sawmill and the large conveyor that broke the logs apart. I nodded my head and looked to Jenny, who was starting to collect herself again. She looked at me and the terror slowly evaporated. It was replaced by a fatalistic determination. She whispered under her breath, "Not again, no more deaths. We have to stop this, ... I just nodded my head and Steve did as well. He wrote on his notepad, much faster and clearer than I could in such a short span of time. We read the note quickly. Not much time. We have less than 10 minutes, and then it might be unstoppable. I am hurt bad. I don't think I am going to make it. I will lure it onto the saw line. You two start the engine and get it going. Flank it when it comes for me. Drop the logs and hopefully it will be crushed and diced apart." I was about to protest, but the grim look that Steve gave me made me realize he was determined to end this, one way or the other, that night. We all tensed in anticipation as Steve looked above us. We heard a shuffling, rattling sound on the panels of the roof and knew time was almost up. Jenny went to the control panel and I followed the mechanism to the motor and found it was still fueled and could be started any time. I looked to the others and held my breath. Steve slowly crawled up onto the conveyor and looked up to the ceiling. He let a soft chuckle out before calling up to the roof in a defiant roar. "I am right here, you bastard. Come and get me." With the challenge issued, I quickly started pulling the cord and getting the engine started. Once it roared to life, I gave the thumbs up to Jenny, and she waited at the control panel for what happened next. There was a long pause, where all we heard was the thrumming of the saw's motor. Then the ceiling crashed in on itself. A moving blur was down to the ground in an instant, and Steve was thrown back several feet, nearly landing on the idle saw. He managed to throw himself up to his feet and open fire on the creature as it evaded the shots and surged toward him once more. Over the roaring gunfire, Steve screamed, "Do it! Hit it now!" Jenny did not hesitate, even knowing what would happen. To him, she hit the control, and the blade spun to life, and the track began to move. We thought the plan had worked, but the creature had started to grasp the conveyor, and it sputtered and halted. It grasped Steve by the throat, and it began to squeeze the life out of him. In the gasping, choking sounds he made, I thought I heard him mumble something, "I hope you choke on it." He had pulled a small device from his pocket, and after a moment, it exploded, sending a shower of shrapnel through the undulating flesh of the monster. It howled in pain as it was shredded, and Steve was thrown to the ground in a bloody heap. To our horror, it was not dead yet. It started to move toward us again, and I rushed forward. Just as it started to go after Jenny, who was frozen near the control panel, I fired the shotgun at point-blank range. The force of the blast caused it to reel and fall back onto the conveyor, and Jenny saw her chance. She hit the panel again, and the crane overhead dropped a large log onto the conveyor, crushing the creature in place. It howled in pain and tried to escape. It triggered a painful and blinding aura of bright shifting lights that alternated in its desperate shrieks as it tried to free itself. All the while, it cried out in all the horrible chorus of the voices of the dead, but to no avail. We were both transfixed as we watched the otherworldly abomination rendered helpless as it had. The log shifted toward the spinning saw. Then both were cleanly cut in half. The miasma of gore and stench that permeated the place was sickening. I thought I might pass out from the smell alone. The death throes of that abomination, though, will haunt my nightmares forever. As it died, it cried for help in the voices of so many people all at once. A dirge of uncontrolled despair as the thing's hideous life came to a halt, and the voices of the dead were silent once again. The hunt was over, and by some miracle we had prevailed. Jenny and I returned home. In the next few days, the others were retrieved from the woods and given proper burials. We had been celebrated as heroes, but we did not feel the part. We had lost almost everyone else we cared for. So many sacrifices to stop the monster that had plagued us. In time, I decided to leave. I could not bear to live there any longer. Jenny stayed to take care of her mum and was disappointed I was leaving, but the memories were too painful. I promised I would stay in touch, and for a while. I did, but eventually time went on and we lost contact. My past became a distant memory. If that was the end, then I would be grateful. I wish I could have retired a hero and never seen that place again. Yet something has happened, something that compels me to speak out, to act and to warn others that the danger is not over. It has been 8 years since the last hunt, and I received a call from Jenny last night. She called at 2 a.m. I did not know what to make of it when she spoke with me for the first time in a while. How are you? It's been a long time, I answered, but was confused by the sudden call and the time of night. Jenny, I'm all right. I guess. Why are you calling so early in the morning? Is everything all right? There was a long pause, and she responded, everything is fine, silly. I just wanted to know, ... Was it worth it? Sorry, I asked in confusion. Was what? Worth it? There was a disturbing gurgling sound on the other end of the line, and suddenly the voice had changed and the person on the other end of the line sounded like Kyle, sacrificing everyone else, of course. Letting your friends die, ... Was it worth it? I nearly dropped the phone as my blood froze. The voice of Kyle continued, we think you should come home. We... ... The voice changed one last time, now sounding like Steve. We... ... Have unfinished business here. Hurry back... ... Back for another hunt. ... Back for a little reunion. ... With your friends and family. My heart sank and I hung up the phone. I did not understand it. How? How had it survived? Had it survived? Or were there more of those things? However it came back or multiplied, it did not matter. I know what I have to do. The sinking feeling in my gut reminds me as I leave this account and plan my next course of action. I have to go back. Back to find out what happened to those I left behind. Back to save those that are still alive, and back to stop that thing once and for all, or die trying. Because if I can't, well, soon no one will be safe anymore. Wish me luck, and hopefully you will hear from me again.